Hello,
Good morning, sir.
good morning. So we'll start, and in the afternoon, evening, 3 to 4, I have my you have my class. It's today's 2 hours, morning 10 to 11 and 3 to 4. Uh, okay, we'll start it. Let us go for the topic which you would like to have. See the law of contract, law for Indian Contract Act 1872. Maybe yeah. Maybe third unit we'll see wind up today, right? Just a minute, my system is hanged. Yeah, okay, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now let us go for the unit where we see that. Uh, yeah. So if your screen is not visible, please inform me. Okay. The screen is not visible. Please inform me.
The screen is visible, sir.
Right. Now let us go for this presentation. Law of Indian Contract, 1872. Now, what is a contract? What is a contract, and how you can say it is a contract? So it is a statement of all contracts are not
agreement between the groups or individuals.
agreement between
A group of person or individual.
a group of person or individual. Individual, one person. Okay, right. Now, when you're talking about a
Mutual agreement.
contract, when you're talking about mean of agreement, an agreement between the two persons or three person or a group of person, but it is enforced by law. Now, what is the meaning of enforced by law? It is a contract. A contract is agreement between the two persons or more persons, which is enforced by law. What is enforced by law? Can you say? It is laid by the government of India or certain bodies where you can be enforced by law. It is accepted by the law. It is a business. So it can be done as per the government rules and regulations. And what is an agreement? So the agreement is the outcome of the two persons between the two parties who are entering into the contract. So that's why all agreements are contract, but all contracts are not agreements. Now, when you say that is promise made between the two persons. So, as per
Excuse me, sir. So I
yes,
think the unit one is already done, right? No? So it is again, you're trying to recap or something?
no, this is the third one.
Or third one, you means in the negotiable instrument, unit three?
Contract of act of contract. This are
Okay.
not dealt. Did I dealt?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Did I tell this one? No. Yeah, when you say
We have
that,
got we have seen this with
is anyone want to talk? Is this completed? No, I think I didn't complete this one.
yes sir, we have
Yes.
completed this one.
It's completed?
Yes sir.
No. Are you sure?
Yes sir, sure sir. We have to move to Negotiable Instruments Act, Unit 3.
Yeah, in my notebook also I have noted, like it was already done on 19th of, it's
Yes
long
sir,
back.
we have completed Partnership Act and Sale of Goods Act. Up to that we have seen.
Okay, then. But in my system, it is showing that. Okay, then we'll see one by one where it is where it stopped. But because I'm not prepared the PPT at that time, breach of contract is done. Partnership
A,
Act.
a Partnership and Sale of Goods Act, sir.
Yeah.
Unit 3, Negotiable Instruments Act, we have to see.
This is done.
Yes sir.
Partnership is done.
Yes sir.
Hello.
Yes sir, we have completed this sir.
This one. Sale of Goods Act.
I think
Hello.
we can start there. Yeah, you can start there. I think.
Now, when you come to the Sale of Goods Act, if you are sure, then only I will say I'll go for this topic. If Sale of Goods Act is done or not. Okay.
Sir, thought about essential of contract of sale of goods too.
Yeah, it's started, just started, I think. I thought, okay, we'll continue this one. We'll do that one. Now when you're talking about the Sale of Goods Act 1930, what is Sale of Goods? Why you have to make the Sale of Goods? And what is the purpose of making the Sale of Goods? Now, when you're talking about this, when you are saying that it is an important feature that a contract of a sale of goods, I just say the contract is agreement with two parties, but enforced by law. But where you say when a sale of goods takes place, you have you making any contract between the buyer and the seller, or the producer and the seller, or the producer and the buyer. You are not making in the contract, but a contract is made between the buyer, made by the producer and the dealer. In turn, the dealer has to sell the product to the customers. But mainly we see that a producer and the customer. A contract sale of goods is contract where the seller agrees or transfer the property of goods to the buyer for a price as per section 4 of Sale of Goods Act 1930. Means two parties are there. Producer is there, dealer is there, and the buyer is there. So producer will not come directly to the consumer and say that I will sell the product to you, because he may be somewhere. But he makes him some middle party, or the seller or the dealer or the agent should sell the product on behalf of the company or the producer, that in terms of the price. Suppose you buy a biscuit, Britannia biscuit or Little Heart, you are paying to the seller, and seller in turn is paying to the producer. Even if you take Amazon also, Amazon is not a producer, it is only the mediator. It will purchase the products from the seller and keep at one place, or it will take the order from the customers and send to the producer to send the product. And the companies who are interested in a part of the Amazon, they will be distributing the product to the customers. So what are the important features of the sale of the contract? Sales of goods of Act 1930. So we have the two. One is mutual consent between the two parties, transfer the property, goods and services, product, price, and a varied requirement, delivery and payment, and requires no formalities, absolute or conditional. These are the important features of the contract. Now, when you say mutual consent, yes, I want to buy the product. Yes, you can buy the product, only that is between the producer and the buyer, or the seller and the buyer. So, the two parties must agree to transfer the property. So, transfer of property takes place, that is, sales stipulates with the transfer of the property, that is, ownership of the goods and services will be transferred to the buyer. So, the goods means any movable property. Suppose suppose a book is there. You can buy a book from a bookseller. A pen is there. A pen is from a bookseller. A house property is there. Immovable property. So you ask the seller to sell the property. You go to a registration office and get the name registered on your name. Transfer of property is done. So price as per the consideration. What is the price that is required to buy the product? Suppose you want to buy a house. What is the price for that? And varied requirements of the delivery of the payment. So how you want to make that payment? Immediate delivery of the goods and services, immediately you pay the price. Now we say Amazon, cash and delivery. Or before you pay, pre-purchase, your product is delivered to you at a time. But sometimes we can't believe. There is also one question comes. So requirements, there are no formalities for the sale of the goods. So if you are intended to buy, you can buy the product, or not intended to buy, you leave the product. So absolute or conditional, that is, sale is technically called as contract of sale is technically called as sale, where under the contract of sale, the property of the goods is transferred to the seller, to the buyer, the seller to the buyer, where you see the section 4 of the. So the contract of sales is a generic term, including sales as well as the agreement of the sale. Now, when you make the sales, suppose the land is there, you want to buy a land. So you have to make an agreement. What is that? So, and the person X is selling to his property or a house to the buyer Y. So, made an agreement between the two parties. So, for a cost of 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs or 6 lakhs. So, advance received is 1 lakh. So, the remaining will be done during the registration. So, in front of the registrar office, you go and pay the amount. And the amount it is transferred to you. So, this is what you say the sale of goods. So, it is in terms of property, mobile property or mobile property. Land and machinery, companies. So, companies, house, services are. So, hotel services like that, we see that. Now, what is the between the sale and agreement to sale? Now, when you're talking about the sale and agreement to sale, we see that ownership is transferred to the buyer. When you sell a product, that's what I'm saying. If I want to sell my product from my side, I'm the seller, and the one you are buying, you are the buyer. So ownership is transferred. Suppose you sell your scooter, you are the seller, the other opposite party is the. So agreement to sell is ownership does not possess the buyer, it remains with the seller. So agreement to sell. So when the agreement is done completely means when the ownership is only transferred. Everything is done on you. Suppose I make a rent. I became a tenant of a house. I am not the owner of the house. I am only tenant. But I am paying every month to a person. Ownership is not transferred, but the room is transferred to me. Room is given to me for a shelter for 1 month or 2 months or 1 year or 10 years, whatever it may be. So agreement to sell is the ownership does not pass it to the buyer, it remains with the seller. So when you come to the sale, it is executed contract. It is executed. The seller will execute the contract and sell the product. It is an executory contract. So once it is completed, you will be transferring to the sale. The ownership is a transfer again back. So the owner will come to, suppose the house rent is taken. Tenant will, when he is vacating the house, he will take his advance and the contract is closed and the owner will occupy his own property. So the seller can sue for this. So if anything is wrong, the seller can sue for this. Both the seller and the buyer can sell for that. So anything is wrong. So based on the agreement, if it is wrong, can be sued. And we can say that the goods are destroyed by an accident. The buyer has to bear the loss. So the goods are in the position of the seller. Now suppose you taken a rent. Suppose the bathroom doors are broken. The bathroom doors are damaged. Or the motor water engine is failure is there. Or window is broken. The seller or the owner will not bother about that one. He will make everything in the agreement, stating that whatever the repair that comes to you, you should bear that amount. You should bear. It is not the part of the contract. If you are well and fine, there is no breaks are there, no breakings are there, nothing damage are there. You are not going to spend any paisa. So that is when you're taking the position of the seller. So the seller will sell. This is the condition of the house. Now, when you say agreement to sell in such a cases, the seller has to bear the loss even if the goods are in the position of the buyer. Sometimes what happens if there is a permanent damage is there. Suppose a building is there. A building which has leakages. The tenant will not go to the floor and say, I will make the repair for this building. It is not in the position, though he is in the position of occupying by the rent as a buyer, but the rent is paid to the owner. The owner has to take the initiation to make the repair for the slab. So that agreement is there. So all the terms and conditions should be satisfied by the buyer and the seller. Now when you say if the buyer becomes insolvent, the seller in the absence of the lien must deliver the goods to the official receiver and claim only the rateable dividend for the price due. Now, if the seller is buyer is an insolvent, buyer is not in a position to take the product or make the agreement. What do you say? Make the agreement. You sell the product to the person. You deliver the product to the person who is in the position at that time, and get your money back again. You can have a rateable dividend. So you can reduce the product or increase the price as per the sale. But when you come to the agreement, we say that buyer becomes a bankruptcy before payment of the price. The seller may refuse to deliver the goods and services. Suppose you are bankruptcy. You are totally lost. You are unable to buy the product from the seller. Then the seller needed sell the product to you. So he can discontinue the product to you. Since the ownership rests with the seller, because the ownership is not transferred to you, because you are not paid the money to him or not paid by the product to. So in that case, what is happening? So this is what the decision between the buyer and the seller, and we talk about the kinds of goods. What are the different kinds of goods you have? So when you call goods classified as section 6, there are three variety of goods are there. One is existing goods, future goods, and contingent goods. Now, what is existing goods? the goods which are owned and possessed by the seller at the time of the contract of the sale. So when I'm making the agreement, what are the products you have? Those are called as existing goods. You can't say that agreement can be made for the future goods. Now, future goods, making the agreement means we are making indent for that one. So you are making a request for them to produce this type of product. Now, when you're taking that, so this goods can be classified into specific goods, certain goods, and certain goods. Now, when you talk about specific goods are there, you identify what is the specific requirements of the goods. Upon the time of the contract, the sale, for example, you can take as a watch or a scooter. Suppose you go to a Hero Honda showroom or you go to a watch showroom. Watch, you see, he will not produce a watch, he will not produce a scooter on the spot and say, I will deliver the product right now. These are the specific goods which are already manufactured and it in the stock with the seller. So in that you choose that one. Either it may be a scooter or maybe a watch or it may be a car or maybe a fridge, whatever it may be. These are called as white goods. Now, when you say talk about certain goods, the goods which are subsequent for the formation of the contract of the sale. So once the contract is made for the goods, then you have to manufacture the goods and sell, because it is not there with you. Because it is not there, so you have to make the indent for them. I require so and so quantity of the goods, so it will be certain, then it will be produced and given to you. So you have to make the contract. So I want 100 pieces or 2000 pieces, whatever it may be. Uncertain goods are there which are not identified and agreed upon the time of the contract, the sale. What is required, you don't know, but you are making the agreement. So before making that your agreement, you have to say uncertain. So this may be required, this may not be required. But if it is required, I will take it. If it is not required, I will return back to you. So the description may form a part of a lot. So if you have ordered for goods for 100, but only 50 are sold, and the remaining 50 should be returned to the company because they are not sold. And because it is uncertain. So another one is future goods. Let's say the goods are manufactured or produced as acquired by the seller after the making of the contract. So that is the goods are which is like a just in time. Suppose you take a marriage cards. You go to the card showroom and buy 100 cards or 200 cards. And you ask the printer to print 100 and 200 cards. He cannot print 300 cards because you are given only 200 cards. But it is as per the order. It is not, it is as per just in time. So this contract of sale is a future good because they are still to be produced. So the marriage cards are produced on that particular day only. It cannot be produced every year, every month. So what is the contingent contracts? Goods are there which are acquisition by the seller depends upon the contingency, which may or may not be happened. So which are going to be happened, say tomorrow there's some function is going to be happen. So I require some products. So I buy a particular product which is required for me. But I don't know what are the requirements are. Sometimes I require another product. Though I brought all the products, but one product is missing. So that the seller which depends upon seller, upon the contingents which may or may not be happened. If this is required, I'll buy it. If it's not required, I won't buy it. That is as per section 6(2). So this is where, example, you take a donation. Suppose some Vinayaka festival is coming, or some festival is coming. Some people will come for donation. You may give or may not give. Who is going to ask you? There is no such a type that you have to be compulsory. So this is one how we are going to happen. Now, when you're talking about the law of insurance, so what are the fundamentals of insurance you have? Now, one is how many are having insurance in this class? Are anyone is having?
I have, sir.
Yes. Why you have taken the insurance? Why you have taken the insurance? What is the reason for taking the insurance?
Business safety, sir.
Secure family.
Secure family. Next,
For safety purpose, sir.
safety. Okay, next.
Safety of the business.
Safety of the business. Yeah, okay. Next. Have you anyone having the life insurance?
Yes, sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. We are having, sir.
Yes. How many are having non-life insurance like health insurance and motor insurance? Means a scooter, four-wheeler, two-wheeler insurance.
I have both insurance, sir. Life
You have
insurance
both
and
insurance, life insurance
yes,
and health insurance, isn't it?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Star Health.
Okay. I will put a question to you. When I put a question to you, why did you take the insurance for safety, health, family, etc. You told. Isn't it? Have you read any terms and conditions of the insurance?
No, sir. No, sir. I proudly accept, sir. Not yet,
So
sir.
you blindly accepted, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. You are correct, sir.
So your agent has come to you, sir. I'm an agent. You please take one policy.
Sir, number of
Policy.
agents come to us brainwashing me, sir. How the lengthy process, how it is possible to read out all the things.
That is where we make the mistake. We are also one of the agent at the time, 2003 to 2008. Before joining government services. Now, why we have to take the insurance? What are the basic principles of insurance? Now we say, sir, you taking the insurance? No, just you bring your 10th class certificate and Aadhaar card. Now is the Aadhaar card is attached, isn't it? Have you read the terms and conditions? What policy you are taking? What is the reason for taking the policy? How far this policy is useful for you? And he may be asking the history. When you're taking the health insurance, whether your father is there, mother is there, brother is there, sister is there. Health insurance, your mother is there, father is there, brother is there, sister is there. What is the family members? Are you got married? If you got married, what wife is there? Children is? Do you have children? If no children, when you got married? Means one and one question will be asked for the insurance. Now, why we have to take all this one? Why this insurance agent will be asking you all these questions? Now he will be asking you, do you have any diseases? No. Whether your parents are there alive or dead? Alive. Okay, no problem. If dead, why they are, how they are dead? What it means? These are all information gathered by the agent to make the insurance. Means future prediction. Suppose some XYZ is there. Same XYZ has died because of the accident. It is not that their children also die with the accident. If the XYZ is died with some corona, it's not that the other children of them also die with the children also die with corona. Suppose if a parent is died with diabetic or heart attack, then they analyze. Yes, is there any family histories there? Is there any family history that a father died with a heart attack, son died with a heart attack, then his brother died with another heart attack, another brother died with a heart attack, another brother died with diabetic, another brother died with diabetic? Means this history says that tomorrow, if I want to sell a product, this insurance is a product. So why I'm catching this product is how the insurance become a contract. How an insurance become a contract? Can you say when it is become a contract between you and the company? Did you make an agreement on the bond sheet? Have you made any agreement between the insurance company and you? No. But it is the principle of fundamental principle of insurance. Means if you want to have insurance, whether life insurance or a health insurance, whatever insurance, the agent is coming to you. Are you going to agent? Are you going to insurance company? Are you going to a health insurance company to get a? Are you going to a life insurance company? You are going to get a policy. So that policy, when making the taking a policy, you have to make a proposal. The agent or the development officer is going to give a proposal form. That proposal form is itself is an agreement. It is not like you give 10th class certificate and other certificate and you do signature. Without reading anything, the terms and conditions of the policy, you are doing a signature means that is your fault. And the terms and conditions, if you take your policy and read it, very small it will be. You can't read with your naked eye. So one is utmost good faith. Why utmost good faith? The principles of insurance is utmost good faith, insurable interest, indemnity, mitigation of loss, attachment of risk, and causa proxima. Now, what is utmost good faith? You don't know agent, you don't know the insurance company, you don't know the agent, and agent doesn't know who are you. You don't know the agent, but you are taking the policy from the agent. Why? Because you believe the others. You have to believe the agent. So a contract of insurance, a contract of insurance is a contract that is Ubrima 5D. That is a contract based on utmost good faith. Suppose a question is asked. Your parents are there means yes. Alive, no issue. Suppose if the parents are not there, you say that they are not there. And if the question comes, why they are not there? If dead, you have to say dead. How? You have to give the answer. Maybe with HIV or with an accident or with diabetic or whatever may be, heart attack, you have to give the answer. Suppose if you take, suppose you are taking the policy, if somebody is taking the policy and say that you are taking the policy, no. So do you have any disease? Means you have the disease, but you are not disclosing one. So utmost good faith is you have to believe one other, that is agent, believe the customer or the policyholder or the insured, and the policyholder or the customer should believe the insurer, means the company. That is what you call as utmost good. Insurable risk, on whom you have to take the interest, on whom you have to take the insurance. That is when you say that is you can take your policy on your own, you can take your policy on your parents, you can take your policy on children, you can take your policy on your spouse. You be the owner. So indemnity means any change, anything loss. But in life insurance, there is no indemnity. The compensation of the loss. Suppose a person met an accident and died. For that, you cannot bring another person and say this is the person who has died. There is no indemnity. There is no indemnity of loss in life insurance. Excepting life insurance and personal accident and sickness insurance, a contract insurance contained in fire, marine, burglary, and any other policy contract is indemnity. Suppose there is a fire accident. Some articles in the house are burned. So for that, you can give compensation. For a debt, you cannot have compensation. Loss, theft, you can make a compensation. So mitigation of the loss, how we can make the mishapping of the insurance property, that is owner, the insured must act as through the through he is uninsured and make every effort to preserve his property. Now, if a fire accident occurs, suppose the owner has not taken the house insurance, then it will be loss for him. So he has to preserve his property. So the mitigation loss should be covered when you take the property, when you take the insurance. That is the one of the principles of the insurance. And then the risk must be attached. What is the risk you have? Suppose I am working on a machinery, if a hand is lost. So the hand is lost means I cannot work. Only left hand is there. So I can manage somewhere. For that loss, I have to make compensation. So the contract of insurance can be enforced only if the risk has attached. If there is no risk is attached, you cannot have much premium, a sum assured. When the risk is there only, then your sum assured will be more. Causa proxima, that is making the users liable for loss, and may have been approximately by the prill insured against the causa proxima or remota spectra. Now, when you say this has happened, so how much is happened? 5 lakhs, 10 lakh loss is happened. So it is caused by the prill insured against the loss against what I can say. So if a ship is going in the sea, something floods have come and totally the ship has drowned in the water. So that it will be completely damaged. So it is a causa proxima for a remote spectre. You cannot expect that is going to happen, but it has happened. Now, what are the types of policies you have? One is a voyage policy, time policy, valued policy, unvalued policy, floating policy, wage or honor policy. So when you take a voyage policy, that is we can say travel policy. It's a travel insurance. So you're going from one place to other place. You are boarding a flight. So they will say for that also you can have the insurance. If the flight is delayed, you can also have the insurance. If your luggage is lost, for that also you can have the insurance. So for the voyage policy, total travel policy is there. So it covers all your travel from going to from a destination to destination. From the starting point to the ending point till you reach, the policy will be in force. Now, when you talk about the time policy, that is time bound, maybe 2 years or 3 years. So you have policies there, so you have to depend on that policy. And a valued policy where you see that the subject matter. So insurance is subject to the solicitation. We know that. If you require only, you can take it. If you don't require, don't take. But when you talk about this valued policy, where specific the aggravated value of the subject matter insured, maybe health insurance or life insurance or motor insurance or burglary insurance, you take all this. It is valued, means then you can say, okay, it is valid. And you can say when you're talking about valued policy, which is not there in the brochure, we say that is not valued. So when you're talking about a floating policy, this is related to your what do you call housing loan insurance or health insurance. As the age increases, your premium also increases. When you take a life insurance, the entry of the policy itself, you pay the premium. That is not going to change until it is completed. So when you say this, the floating policy where describes the insurance in general term and leaves the name and name of the share, whatever it can be saying that by declaring this subsequent declarations. Suppose you say your health insurance. So you can take on your own, you can take on your spouse, or you can take on your own and spouse, or you, spouse, and children. So motor insurance also the same manner where the floating policy changes. So this the wage or hourly policy. So you make the insurance. Suppose you work for 8 hours. So 8 hours insurance you give to him. If you go for the underwriting, whether the policy is applicable to the willingness to accept, that should be known under the wage or honoring policy. So when you talk about the insurable interest, or the insurer or underwriter is willing to dispense with the proof of interest. Now, when you talk about this Negotiable Negotiable Instrument Act, what is Negotiable Instrument Act? 81. What are the use of this negotiable instruments? Now, suppose tomorrow government says tomorrow is a holiday as per Negotiable Instrument Act. What is negotiable instrument? Why you have to study this negotiable instrument? You have any idea?
Negotiable instrument for checks, promissory notes.
Yes. I want definition. Any definition for that?
It is also kind of a contract, like for business and official purposes, where you think that okay, you want to pay some money in future.
Yes. It is not applicable to all. But if you are a government employee, suppose you are working in an organization or a company. Suppose the government says today there is no office. So it cannot tell on its own. But when you're talking about the payment, whether the salary is given to them or not during this holiday or not, you have to think. So I am paying the money to you. I have borrowed money from the money lender. Or when you're talking about a money lender, there this comes your negotiable instrument act. Or giving a salary comes under during a holiday. Whether you will get a salary or not is a doubt. But the company says, as per Negotiable Instrument Act 1981 or Amendment 2023, this person maybe submitted the what you call the check or whatever maybe. So, as per the instrument, what is there? Whether you are eligible for that instrument or not eligible for the instrument. When you're talking about this, so what are the characteristics of a negotiable instrument? How it should be? Now, when you say it should be in rising, so Negotiable Instrument Act or 8081, negotiable instrument says that is a promissory note or a bond or agreement that you are going to pay something to him if any the event of happening of loss. So it should be in writing, it may be in the form of a promise, an unconditional, and it should be the one which is signed by the marker, or it should be signed by the certain sum of money. It is a promise to pay money only, or we can say it may be payable on demand or after the definite period. So it cannot be made payable to bear or demand, or even payable to bear after a certain period of time as per section 31 and RHA, and we can say as per the RBI section 31 of the RBI Act, and it must be stamped under the Indian Stamped Act. What you are saying, today is government holiday. So government holiday means okay, it is declared holiday, but whether you are going to have the salary or not, that comes under in Indian Negotiable Instrument Act 1991. So of course you can say now it is amended 2001 itself also. So when you're talking about this, so how to bear all this one? There's a demand from for amount payable. Are you necessary? Are you required for this payment? That we call as the Negotiable Instrument Act. And what is bill of exchange? Now, when you're talking about the bill of exchange, as per section 5, you see that an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order signed by the maker directing a person to pay a certain sum of amount only to the order of a person or to a bearer of the instrument. Now, when you're talking about this, different by section A, instrument is in writing containing an unconditional order. So what is it? Suppose you are giving a check to some other person. What you say? You write his name. Or you yourself are withdrawing the money from the bank. You write pay yourself. What is the role of this RBI in that one? When you're taking this unconditional, making a direction of any person to pay some of only to the order a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. Now you say when you're writing a check, self you write, or you can say bearer. Self is one whom the owner of the check, but bearer means if the owner of the check given to some other person, any person can be the bearer. Suppose you lost the instrument, who is the bearer? The person who got that lost check is the owner now. Now, when you're talking about this, bill of exchange is pertaining to the order of your payment or bearer of the payment. So, what are the characteristics of the bill of exchange? Now, when you're talking about it must be in writing, just already seen, and it must contain an order to pay and not a promise or request. Your order, it is not a promise. You are not going to beg any person. I have given 1,000 rupees. You give me back again immediately. You may have require some time. So you please pay the amount which is required for you. One is we can say that. One minute, please. So, on demand and oblige do not constitute the instrument of bill of exchange. The order must be unconditional. When you're giving the bill of exchange, that is a check or anything, you can't say you should take only on a particular day. So there is a limit for there. Somebody says you take the money after a few days, and they'll give the check, blank check to you. You write their name and say, you go to a bank, you ask how much balance is there. If balance is there, only you write. And it must be signed by the drawer. Who is the person who is going to draw? Suppose an institution is there, organized there, the financial officer is the drawing officer. So he only submit everything to the company. Now, other thing you can say, it must be duly stamped as per the Indian stamp duty. Now, when you are making the bill of exchange, if its amount is more than 5,000, you have to get a revenue stamp and put it and say this is as per the Indian Stamp Act. And the number, date, and place are not essential. Oral evidence may be obtained as to the date and place of execution, where it is executed. So that can be given. Now, check. Then when you define a check, it is a bill of exchange drawn on the specific banker and not expressed by a payable, otherwise that on demand. Suppose normally you say when you're paying a fees to an institution or organization, they'll ask you for a check. They will not ask for the check, but they will ask for DD. Now, when you see that is the check is submitted in the form of a DD or in the form of a bank checker, you have to write to the bank checker them, and that is section 2. So the bill of exchange with the two added features, that is drawn a specific banker and always payable on the demand to otherwise. On demand, you have to pay. So that's why you cross the check. So why it is crossed? It is not that simply. It is also payable for a demand, on demand to otherwise the other people who have asked. So, what is the difference between promissory note and bill of exchange? When you say promissory note, there are only two parties, that is the maker, the debtor, and the payee, the creditor. So, they are only two exchanging that one. But when you take a bill of exchange, there are three parties: the drawer, drawee, and the payee. So without the payee, the drawer is waste. And where you see that contains the unconditional promise by the maker to pay the payee. So it is not conditional that tomorrow you come with some other DDR, etc. And this can be done unconditional order to withdraw to pay according to the drawer's direction. So if I go to bill of exchange, suppose I go to a bank, I say that 10,000 rupees I say, but in the check or whatever may be, it says 10,500. So mismatching. So you cannot draw that amount. You cannot make the achieving of that one. So on the prayers, and prayer acceptable is needed. Now, before that one, when you make a promissory note, you have to make the acceptance. Suppose somebody, a chit fund company is there, you are making the chit. So at the end, you have to get a approval from some other who is known to you. So there is no prior acceptance needed. So you can put directly his name and you go it. But when you're talking about that, the payable after site must be accepted by the drawee or his agent before it is presented for the payment. Now, before payment, the author has to see the all the dues or formalities are done or not. If not, we have to make it that they should be following the acceptance of the drawing must be before it presented for the payment. So whatever you are going to do, that should be done before making. So the liability of the maker or drawee is a primary and absolute. So you are yourself, the seller side, when you're talking about this promissory note, you have to make the responsibility. So that's why when you're making anything contract between the either third party, you're making a relation between the money lender and the money giver. So they'll ask you whether you can give the money or not. So, but if after taking the money and you're not repaying that one, that will be action. So that liability of the drawer is secondary and conditional upon non-payment of the drawing. So you can have say non-conditional, you cannot do anything. So no notice for a dishonor need be required. So as per the UGC guidelines, we can say that when things happen, so you have to be accepted. Suppose a net slate is there, you are qualified, and you are appointed as a lecturer in some other course. So in that case, what is happening here is you are honoring the net, but in some cases it is dishonored by some institutions. So this is related to education. But when you come to the amount, so if I give a check, you dishonor. If it is a wrong misrepresentation is there, you can be dishonored. But notice for dishonoring must be given by the holder to the drawer, and the immediate endorses the liable thereon. So if something went wrong, so the endorser, when you give a check, if it is bounce, you have to immediately inform to the owner of the check, and the company also, the bank also will inform to the drawee that the check is bounced. You cannot have your own. Now, when you're talking about the difference between bill of exchange and check, so just now I told you that also can be considered here. So the check must be drawn only by a banker, but bill of exchange can be drawn by a person, including the banker. Now, when you
one question on the previous one, in the promissory note, the last one, no notice of dishonor be given. So isn't that a issue? Like isn't that a fraud kind of thing? That okay, you
yeah. If I suppose I'll give small example. Suppose you are buying taking money from a money lender or from your friend. So they will ask you a promissory note. So what do your friend will give and guarantee that on behalf of this person, I will give the guarantee that if he is not intend to pay the money to you back, I'll be guaranteed. It is a promissory note. It is not that agreement. Guarantee is not there. You just promised that tomorrow you can dishonor that. I don't like to be this on this promissory note. That's why when you take it, you have to give it. If you don't take, don't give it. It is a notice, like a no notice. So why you have put a signature in that one when you are not given? It is only to the extent.
Yeah, but will it not result in a legal consequence? Because if the
Yeah,
person goes to court,
if it is a legal when it becomes a legal consequences, when it is very very in-depth cases there. Suppose you are misleading that person. If you go to chit fund company, suppose there is you people have to make a promissory note. So I will take a chit for this month and I will pay continuously. So they ask you for a promissory note. So in the promissory note, you have to make some witnesses or a guarantee persons. So you after you taking the money, you are not paying that amount to the chit fund company. The chit fund company will ask you to pay the amount, but you can deny. No, I am not interested now. So I'll dishonor this promissory note because I am not intended to pay the amount for on behalf of him. But if you are a surety, then definitely you have to pay. Then that will be the consequences for you. You can go to the court to any stage. Your assets can be captured. Your assets
yeah,
can be taken back. If it is
yeah,
surety, it is a
understood. Yeah,
surety.
thank you.
Right. So this is one where you are talking about all this one bill of exchange and check where say the amount is always payable on demand. Suppose you go to a bank and give the check immediately, they'll give the money. They'll not say you wait for 10 hours or 20, 15 hours, 10 minutes or 20 minutes. You demand draft or check, immediately they have to give. So the if a bill of exchange, the amount may be payable on demand or after a specific time. This is how the bill of exchange takes place. So acceptance is not needed in the check, but whereas a bill capable of after sight must be accepted. Now you say you go to a bank, simply taking the check, you say that okay, accepted. But after taking the check, you say there is no money, it will be returned. But when you say bill of exchange means when you have to go to the place where it is there, then you have to check it whether he is there or not. Then you have to pay. Right? So not to be noted as a protested in case of a dishonor. So check. That is what I am seeing. Who is that? Now, when you're talking about that can be protested in case of a dishonor. So, if somebody is giving a check which is bonds, now it has become act. No, if a check is bonds, then it will be inquiry done and it will put. Of course, nobody is doing all this one, but only to exchange 2 or 3 will be there. Notice are protected to establish dishonor. Okay, I think now it is 11 o'clock. Some your other faculty will be seeing. We will be seeing 3 to 4 hours. Right?
Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you. Meet at 3 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you,
என்னது
sir.
மறுபடியுமா?
ஆனந்த் ப்ரோ பிளாக் ஷர்ட் எடுத்தாச்சா?
என்னது கேக்கலையா? என்னது
பிளாக் ஷர்ட் எடுத்தாச்சா ப்ரோ?
பிளாக் ஷர்ட் போட்டு தான் உட்காந்துருக்கேன். வீடியோ கால் விட மாட்டாங்களே.
யாரா குரூப்ல இருந்தா ஜாயின் பண்ணணும்ண்ணா. எந்த குரூப்ல இருக்கிறேன்னு தெரியல எனக்கு. MBA அந்த குரூப் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்.
எக்ஸாம் வந்து இப்போ போஸ்ட்போன் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அது நமக்கா இல்லை வேற யாருக்காவதா ப்ரோ? யாராவது சொல்லுங்க
ப்ரோ. எந்த அஃபிஷியல் நியூஸும் இல்லை ப்ரோ. போஸ்ட்பான்லாம் பண்ணல. சும்மா பொருளை கிளப்பி.
யூஜி பிஜி வந்து இந்த மாதிரி போட்டிருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு குரூப்ல கூட மெசேஜ் போட்டிருந்தாங்க பாருங்க.
Hello students. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Yeah, which class it was right now?
Business
Hello.
class.
What was the class right now?
சார் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர் MBA.
Which subject?
First hour was business law. That was it.
First hour on business law.
Yes, sir, business law.
Who is taking your business law? Last class?
Anand sir, Anand sir.
Earlier also he has taken. Hello. Because
Yes, sir.
I thought I too have taken your business law.
Sir, it was business environment, sir.
We don't know who is the lecturer.
No,
who are
last
taking.
class what it was? Business environment or business law?
Business
சார் லாஸ்ட்
environment.
கிளாஸ் business law.
He is
Business
saying
law.
about
Yeah.
sir, the instrumental act and bill of exchange. That is he is taking, sir. Was
You
taking.
already studied the bill of exchange last week. I hope I have discussed all this bill of exchange.
So that's why we also confused, but we don't receive any timetable this week. And he started with the business law and he proceeded with what he have done last week also. I think last week also he took business law.
Sir, please circulate the timetable and the concerned lecture, sir.
Okay, we'll do that with that. I
Yes,
think
sir.
in business, he is taking business environment. In that, I hope he has repeated this one, which was old syllabus. However, I am taking business law. Last class I have already taken, so we'll continue with that one because last time I have already discussed Negotiable Instrument Act. Do you remember? Contract Act.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Good
tell me.
morning. Sir, actually, sir, I have one query regarding the class. Sir, do you have any WhatsApp group or any other group in
No, WhatsApp group creates a lot of problem because students they themselves they circulate wrong things, which is not means what we want to convey to the students. So that's why WhatsApp group has been stopped.
so how
So
do you get notice any notification?
notification all it is given by the mail as well as in website also we are giving.
Okay, and recording class?
Recording classes also it will be uploaded in website. After everything over, then it will be uploaded.
Website.
Moreover,
Okay.
I am sharing the faculty. They will be sharing their PPT. If you request them, they will be sharing PPT with you.
Sir,
I'll
where I get the PPT?
That's what I am telling. After once the class is over, PPT will be uploaded in the website. Otherwise, during classes, you can ask to your faculty to when class is over, they can give the PPT to you also.
Okay, through if I want PPT from you, you will send to my through the mail.
I'll share with you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Through mail, sir.
Yeah, to your mail. If you are sharing your email ID, I'll share with your mail.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
But once class is over, everything, all the PPT is over, then only I can send. Because in between, if I send, you people may say that we have got the 50, what is the need of attending classes? Because class is compulsory here.
Yes, sir.
So
Absolutely.
please attend the classes and I'll be sharing at the end. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Don't worry for that. So last class it was, I hope it was business environment. Okay. Today I do not know. Just I saw one PPT. That's why I was confused because last week I have already discussed bill of exchange and difference between bill of exchange and your check. Anyway, today we'll be discussing about company law. Okay. Nobody has started yet company law. No one has started company law.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah. Today we'll be discussing company law. Okay. Let me share my PPT first.
Sir, I think this is unit 4.
Sorry?
Sir, this unit 4.
Unit 4, yes. Up to
Okay,
unit
sir. Thank you.
3 we have discussed. Okay.
Okay,
Today
okay.
we'll be discussing unit 4.
Okay, sir.
Just a second. Can you see the PPT now?
No.
Not able to see?
No, sir.
Just a second. 1 second. Are you able to see now? Hello?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
No.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see. Now we'll be discussing about company law. We have already discussed unit 4. Yes. Yeah, we are going to discuss about unit 4, that is company law. I request all of you to please mute your system. If any in between, if you want to say something, you can ask me, but unnecessarily don't disturb. Okay, in company law, we are going to discuss about what is company, how the company is being what is the way of formation of a company, what is memorandum of association, what is article of association, what is prospectus, what is share debenture, what are the powers of director, how director is being appointed, powers and duties of the director, meetings, what are the different kinds of meetings, proceedings, and company management, accounts and audit and operation, and mismanagement, and finally winding off of a company. Starting from formation of a company to winding off of company, we'll be discussing. Recently, company law has been amended in 2013. Okay. Yeah, let us see what is the Companies Act 2013 says. The laws governing companies in India have been compiled and contained in the Companies Act 2013. Now the old company law has been revised, and now it will be called as the law governing companies in India have been compiled and contained in the Companies Act 2013. Whatever there in 2013, that will be governed by the company. It will be related to Companies Act. The new act consists of, just a background, the new act consists of 470 sections. There are 470 sections and spread over 29 chapters, total 29 chapters, and there are 7 schedules. So out of that, 188 section of the proceeding legislation have been scrapped in the new act. From old act, 188 sections has been scrapped out, and that has been revised in 2013 Company Act. The new company law adopts forward-looking approach, which empowers central government to frame rules for governing companies. In this law, whatever in earlier law, whatever we felt that those should be scrapped, it has already been scrapped, and new law has been incorporated. And in this, the power has been given to central government to frame certain rules and regulations. And this is a landmark legislation that introduces high standard of corporate governance and makes spending on CSR mandatory. In this Company Act, we have made that company law 2013 has made that corporate governance and CSR is mandatory. Okay. In this earlier, it was not mandatory, but In this law, it has been made compulsory. Corporate social responsibility. What is the responsibility of the corporate? And in that, it is mandatory they have to spend something. Now let us see the concept and origin of the company. The term company is derived from the Latin word, you can call it cum, meaning with or together. Cum means in Latin, it means that coming together. Or pains means bread. To earning breads coming together. That means in as per the Latin terms, the coming together for earning bread. Originally, it referred to a group of persons who would take their meals together. Normally, company, what we say, a group of persons, when during break time or sometimes they meet together to have lunch together, that is called company. But in general terms, in common parlances, however, a company refers to an assemblage of people who have come together for some specific purpose. It says assembly of a group of people who are coming together for a common purpose, some specific purpose. It can be economic purpose, it may be non-economic purpose. But in case of company law, it is economic purpose only. If you see the company act, because they are joining together to make a business to earn profit. So companies are a useful device to do business. It is the device through which they are doing business, because as per the Companies Act, you have to register under the Company Act. Then whatever they are in the Company Act rules and regulations, you need to follow and you need to commence the business. Since starting from incorporation of a company to at the end of the company. Especially when the business has grown bigger, then can be effectively managed by a few people. When the business is bigger, the many people have to join together to run the business, and also requires added financial support. Like you are asking for share, debenture, all this financial from bank. Also, you are taking loan for running a company. So financial asset also, when companies grows bigger, financial asset also required. So now let us see the definition of a company. The Company Act does not define a company in terms of its characteristics and feature. If you see the Company Act definition, it doesn't define properly. As per section 220, a company means a company formed and registered under this act, under any previous act. This is the thing which law defines. A company means a company formed and registered under this act. That means under the Act of 2013 or under any previous act, or any before that it has been registered, that will be called that is called the company. A company is an association of many persons, where many persons joins together who contribute money or money's worth. These people who joins together, they contribute money or money's worth, like some property, to a common stock. There has to be a common stock to that they are contributing money or money's worth, and employ in some trade or business. This money, what they are doing, they are employing in some trade or business, and who share the profit and loss arising therefrom. And this member, they share the profit or loss, whatever it is, arising out of the business. And the common stock so contribute is denoted in money and is the capital of the company. The common stock, which is in terms of monetary, it is called as capital of the company. The person who contribute to it or whom it pertains to are members. The money or this capital belongs to the members of the company, and they have formed the company. The proportion of capital to which each member is entitled is his share. Whatever the proportion a person is sharing, member of the company is sharing, that is the portion of his share. The share are always transferable. In company law, share is transferable, and the right to transfer is often more or less restricted. In some of the public company, sometimes right is being restricted. This is the definition given by the Lord Justice Lindley. Another one definition given by Chief Justice Marshall: a corporation is an artificial being, because a company is not a like a normal human being. It is created in the law, and it is like an artificial person. Company is an artificial person because it has its own name. It can sue and can be sued. Company, if is doing like normal human being, if it does anything wrong, members can sue the company, and if member does anything wrong, company can sue against them. So company is an artificial person. It is not a, it is a legal person, you can say, yeah, but it is not normal human being. In the law, it has been created. It is invisible, like normal human being, you cannot see, it is invisible, it is intangible. Intangible in the sense, you cannot touch, feel and sense. You can see the name of the company, and this is the company is running with the seal and its assigned signatories who are being assigned for that. And existing only in contemplation of law. It is existing when they in front of law only. So because it is an artificial person, so it is, you cannot see, you cannot feel, and it is only in contemplation of law. If it does anything wrong, you can take action against the company. It, you do something wrong to the company, company can take action against parlance of law. Being a mere creation of law, it possesses only the properties. Because it is created by law, it possesses only property. Properties are in the name of the company. You cannot say that this is the companies are the that properties that belong to the individual members, but it is company's property is different. You have joined together and given to the common stock. It is the company's property now. Which the characteristic of creation confers upon it, it either expressed as incidental its existence. Either it has been expressed that this property belong to company, or in existence, because company law says that when the money's worth is being money or money's worth, it has been invested in the company, it is the capital of the company. So these are the definition of the company. Are you listening, students? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, let us see the characteristic of a company. What are the different characteristics of a company? So again, I am telling you, in the examination point of view, sometimes you may be asked, what do you define company and what are the different characteristics of a company? So you need to know what are the different characteristics of a company. You're able to see PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir,
So
it's
number
visible.
one,
Yes, sir.
yeah. Number one, it is a, what are the first characteristic? It is an incorporated association. What is that? A company is an incorporated association. A company must be created or incorporated under the any Companies Act like 2013 or previous company. It has to be incorporated by the company. It is an incorporated association. It is an association incorporated by the company, and it should be registered under the Company Act. Minimum number of members required for this purpose is 7 in case of public company and 2 in case of private company. So it is, if it is a public company, the members should be 7, minimum members should be 7, and if it is a private company, the minimum number of members should be 2. And however, Section 3 of the Companies Act 2013, what it allows, formation of one member committee also, one person committee also. In 2013, what they have introduced, that it can be single member committee also, one person committee. Okay. In case of public company, minimum member should be 7. In case of private company, minimum member should be 2. And also, as per the 2013 Section 3, it is permitted that one person company also can be possible. What is the second characteristic? It is an artificial person. Company is an artificial person, because company is created by the eye of law. It is created by law. It is not a, company is a legal person. Like normal person, you can sue, can be sued, but you cannot see, you cannot feel. It is intangible, it is invisible. Only it's the name of the company, seal of the company, property of the company you can see. So It is a artificial person which is created by law. So like normal person, you can take action against of the company also take action against you. So it is only a artificial person created under the law, under the Companies Act. Next is separate legal entity. The company has its separate legal entity. What is separate legal entity? Shareholders are not, in the eyes of the law, part of owners or of the undertaking. They are not the owner. Company is the owner of the company. They are, whatever they have contributed, that is the share for them. They are not the whole owner of the company. In India, this principle of separate property was best laid down by the Supreme Court. In one of the case, Supreme Court has given judgment. The Supreme Court held that a shareholder is not the part owner of the company or its property. Shareholder is not the owner of the company or it's part of the property. He is only given certain rights and bylaws. For example, to vote or attend meeting or to receive dividend. These are the rights is given to the shareholders. They cannot claim that we are the owner of the company or part of the owner of the company. Owner of the company is the company. It's in its name with its seal. Next is limited liability. A company has, the members of the company have limited liability. One of the principal advantage of trading through the medium of limited liability is members of the company are only liable to the contribute toward payment of its debt. Whatever debts are there, if they are paid completely, if they are supposed to pay for their share the particular amount, if they have paid completely, so their liability is over. So limited liability means whatever the liability they have, if the company is limited by share, the shareholder's liability to contribute is measured by nominal value of the shares he holds. What is the nominal value he holds? That is he is the liable for that much only. So that once he or someone who held the share previously has paid that normal values plus any premium agreed on when the shares were issued. Whatever they have agreed, if they have paid the share values, so their liability is over. Okay, is it clear? Hello.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sometimes, however, sometimes companies may be formed with unlimited liability of members. Sometimes companies is formed under the in memorandum of association or article of association. It is mentioned that it is unlimited liability. In that case, there is no limited liability. They will be responsible for all the unlimited liability. Liability of the members shall not be limited to the nominal or face value of the shares and the premium. If it is limited liability, so whatever the face value of the share and premium, whatever they are supposed to pay, if they have paid, that liability is over. If it is made under the unlimited liability, their liability is not over only after the nominal value. Okay. In case of companies limited by guarantee, the liability of each member shall be determined by the guaranteed amount. If it is liable by guarantee, so whatever the amount they have guaranteed, that much amount they have to pay. This is the one of the characteristic of company that is called as limited liability. Next is separate property. Company's property, as you know that Supreme Court of India has decided that the members are not the owner of the company or part of owner of the part of the property. Company is the owner of the property. So company's property is separate and members property is separate. So there is no member of the company can say that this is my property, I can use as anyhow. But the company's properties separate properties. Shareholders are not, in the case of in the eye of the law, part owner of the undertaking, as Supreme Court decided. In India, this principle has already been decided in Supreme Court earlier. What I discussed, shareholder is not part of the company. So the company has its separate property. Next is transferability of the share. Shares and debenture can be transferable. So there is no restriction. Only some restriction is put under the public company. Some restrictions are there. While discussing public company, we'll see what are the restrictions. Then next characteristic is perpetual existence. Company has its own existence. The member of the company can come and go, but company will remain until unless it is company's liquidated or property is liquidated or company's what you called as end of the company by law or something like that. Otherwise, company will remain exist. Members can come, members can go. Property will loss will be there, profits will be there, and directors of the company may change, but company will remain there. It is perpetual existence. Till the end of the company will remain. In between, the members can go and come. Similarly, the other property is common seal. The company has its own common seal. In the name of the company, there is a seal. Without that seal, no document will be authenticated. So company seal has to be there. Authentic signatory, someone director or someone who is authorized signatory, their signature has to be there with the seal of the common seal of the company. Then will be the company's document will be validated. Like share, when issued share or debenture, the seal of the company is there, and authority signatory, who was authorized, their signature has to be mentioned there. Next characteristic, capacity to sue. A company can sue a member. If member does anything wrong against the company, company can sue. If company does anything to members can sue to the company. These are the few characteristics of a company. When the question is being asked, define company and explain the characteristics of a company. So these are the 7-8 characteristics. First is incorporate association. Company is incorporated by the law. Artificial person. Company is an artificial person created by law. Company has separate legal entity. Its entity is separate, not like member. Limited liability. They have limited liability, limited with guarantee, limited with share, whatever it is mentioned while registering the other company. So their liability is limited to that. Then separate property, company property is separate. Transferability of share. In case of companies, share and debenture can be transferable. Perpetual existence, company can remain till the end. Members can come and go. Common seal, it has its common seal. Capacity to company. Is it clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Please reply. Okay. If it is clear, we'll proceed further.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Next, the important thing is sometimes short question may be asked. What do you understand by the lifting of the corporate veil? So it is one of the very important aspect in company law. The chief advantage of incorporation from which all others follow is, of course, the separate legal entity. Company has separate legal entity. As we discussed earlier, company has its own separate legal entity. However, it may happen that corporate personality of the company is used to commit frauds. Members can commit frauds. As members are not owner or part owner of the company, their share is different. Company share is different. But sometimes there is a chance. The company is the artificial person. They cannot, company artificially, he cannot commit any fraud. But there is a chances that members can commit fraud. They can commit any illegal acts also. Since the artificial is not capable of doing anything illegal or fraud, the members can commit. This is known as lifting the corporate veil. This principle is called as lifting the veil. Let us see the detail. In case of a dishonest and fraudulent use of the facility or incorporation, if any member does any fraudulent activity or he misused the property of the company, the law lifts the corporate veil and identifies the person or members who are behind the scene and are responsible for the perpetration of fraud. If the member committed any fraud, lifting the corporate veil. What do you, in general sense, what do you understand? The corporate, if veil, some curtain is there. Behind that curtain, what is happening? Everybody cannot know, because everybody cannot see that what is happening inside the company. Under the veil it is. So in that case, if it is come to a notice in the eye of law that some fraudulent activity is going on, the law lift the corporate veil. It will lift the veil and it will see what exactly is going on and who has committed the fraud. So the concept of lifting the corporate veil is changing concept. It is a changing concept, because nowadays, due to the corporate governance, there is a transparency in the system. Whatever company does, it come to the light. Everybody can see. Due to transparency, there is fraud and all activities has been reduced. It is kept on changing due to transparency. The veil of corporate personality, even though not lifted sometimes, is becoming more and more transparent in modern jurisprudence. As you see that in modern jurisprudence, like corporate governance, in that strictly it is being mentioned there. Whatever the activities company does, it should be transparent to all, transparent to members. Everybody can see what are the there is loss and share, profit and share statement has to be there. Annual report has to be presented. There should not be any thing hidden. So everything should be transparent. In modern jurisprudence, transparency is becoming transparent, so that the veil of corporate lifting veil, it is limited. The following are some such cases. What are the cases? Which cases? The lifting of corporate. This is also can be asked that what are the occasions when the corporate veil can be lifted? The following are the occasion. What are those? The further protection of revenue. In case of revenue, it is misused. Then in that case also, the corporate veil can be lifted by law and can be seen. Sorry. Just a second. Another occasion is where the company is acting as agent of the shareholders. When the company is acting as an agent of the shareholder, company is separate legal entity, it has own property, but it is not the agent of the shareholder. Sometimes company is acting as the agent of the shareholder. So in that case also, the lifting of, there is a very popular case, Solomon versus Solomon. It will take time to discuss. If time permits, later on we'll discuss. In that case, it is clearly, it has been shown that how the company is acting as an agent of the company. This member can manipulate the things and can do fraudulent, because company is artificial, it cannot do of its own. The members can commit fraud. So when company is acting as an agent of the shareholder, at that time, veil can be lifted. Where a company has been formed by creation person to avoid their own valid contractual obligation. Where a company has been formed by certain person to avoid their only valid contractual obligation. They have fraudulently, they have created a committee in a company to do such activities just to avoid their contractual obligation. Sometimes, for example, to evade the tax. Some people, they have made a company just to evade the tax, not to earn profit or something. They have created for evasion of tax. So in that case, so they can form a company for fraudulent activities. That case also, it has come to light, then law can lift the corporate veil. Where a company has been formed for some fraudulent purpose, if the company is made created for committing some fraudulent purpose, that case also corporate veil can be lifted. Where a company formed is against public interest or public policy. When the company is formed against public interest or public policy, in that case also it is possible. Sometimes what happens, the company created without taking any pollution control certificate, and the company is creating the pollution in the society, that is against the public act. and public policy also. In that case also it is possible. Where the holding company holds 100% share in a subsidiary company and the latter is created only purpose of holding company. When the subsidiary company is created and 100% share is being transferred, and to show that everything is from that company and this company doesn't have anything to just commit some fraud or to save themselves from the tax, in that case also it is possible. Where the number of members falls below statutory minimum. As I told that in case of public company, minimum members should be 7, and in case of private company, minimum members should be 2. In any case, in public company, if member falls below 7, then also it is lifting the corporate is possible. If in case of private company, it is follow below or 2. That means one member has left the company, and then it can also. Where prospectus included fraudulent misrepresentation. Prospectus, while calling for share, you must be aware of the share. When the company asks for share, it gives in newspaper and it gives its prospectus. In prospectus, some fraudulent or misrepresentation is there. For example, you have incorporated company, you are asking for share. In that case, you have not taken, the company has not taken the pollution clearance certificate, but in prospectus they have mentioned that the pollution clearance has been taken, whereas it is not been taken. They just have applied. Whether it will be accepted or not, that they have not mentioned. In case if it is not accepted, then company is doing something wrong. So in that case also, if it represents in the prospectus while issuing share and prospectus, in that if they have misrepresented, then in that case also it is possible. For investigation of ownership of a company, if there is any confused between the ownership of a company, who are the owners of the company, who are the members, if there is anything wrong, in that case also, if any member goes to the court of law, in that case also it is possible. Is it clear? Corporate wealth, and what are the occasion corporate wealth can be lifted? This is also one of the important questions. Okay, shall we proceed further?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next, let us see classification of company. I request all of you to go to home. Once again, you refresh your knowledge by going through your study material. Just only brief points we are discussing, because time is very short. Within that complete syllabus, it will be difficult. So you must go through the study material and refresh your knowledge and prepare for examination. Next is, we can say that classification of company. On the basis of incorporation, company can be classified under this 5 point, like chartered company. Company can be a chartered. It is registered under the charter. Like earlier there was the company like British Queen. That is company is created. That is called chartered company. Statutory company. Then company statutory, and the company can be created with the statute of law. Registered company, company can be registered under company law. Licensed company, license for making a company license can be taken, like for a factories, like in Factories Act, you are taking the license for creating a factory. Foreign companies, companies which are not Indian companies, are called as foreign companies. Detail you can go through your study material. In next class, if any doubt, you can discuss. On the basis of liability, company can be classified under the basis of liability. Companies with limited liability, as I told you, what are the companies, if it is mentioned while incorporation, limited liability, they are liable up to that only. If the premium value or the share value what the members are supposed to pay, if they have paid, their liability is over. The company can be limited by guarantee. If you have given guarantee, as per the guarantee, you have to be liable. The members will be liable as per the guarantee. Unlimited company, where there is no limited liability or limited guarantee, it is unlimited liabilities are there. For all the cases, member will be held responsible. On the basis of number of members, like private company, where minimum number should be 7, public company, minimum member should be 7, one-man company also, as per the latest law, 2013, one-man company also possible. On the basis of control, that can be holding company, can be subsidiary company. Holding company is the main company and the subsidiary company can be created. On the basis of ownership, government company, which is created by the government, foreign company, where it is mentioned in the 591 to 602 in Companies Act, the company is created by the foreign government or their Companies Act. Deemed public company, some of the company which are deemed on the eye of the law that it is company called a deemed company, one-man company, non-trading company or non-profit association. Some of the companies are created for non-trading or non-profit, like NGOs. They are creating for non-profit association, like cooperative societies and such type of called as non-trading company or non-profit association. Investment companies. There are companies which are responsible for the investment. FERA company, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. Now it has become FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act. Under that act also companies can be created. Finance company, it is the who are responsible for the finance only. Public financial institution, there are some public financial institutions also. These are the some of the classification of the company basis on certain main headings. Now, the formation of a company, how the company will be formed. Any business enterprises in which the capital is raised by the individual or contribution of a group of shareholders is called a joint stock committee. When the
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the last slide, there was a finance companies and public financial institutions. So what is the difference? Because I think there is some commonality between them, right? Because
Yeah,
finance
finance
companies.
company, it can be privately financed. There is a many finance company like ICICI, IDBI. There are many public companies which are only finance purpose, like banking companies, private. And public financial institution like public, you can say like LIC, and there are Industrial Development Bank of India. There are many public financial institutions where you can take loans or start business. These are the things. In this heading, we finance companies means we are not mentioning any public or private. The private, mostly private companies. Okay.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah. Next, let us know how the company is to be created. If you want to create a company, what is the way? Any business enterprises in which the capital is raised by the individual or contribution of a group of shareholders called a joint stock committee. As we discussed as the definition of the committee, when the group of people join together, they are the member of the committee for a common purpose. Group of people join, common purpose. They are collecting they are contributing their monies or money's worth to a capital. It is the capital of the company, and which is altogether called a joint stock committee. All the members they are joined, and as a stock, it has become a committee, and that is called a joint stock company. In accordance with the section 3 of the Company Act 2013, a company, just a second. A company may be formed or any lawful purpose. Company has to be created by for the lawful purpose. It should not be created for the unlawful purpose or just to fraudulent purpose. You are creating a committee, company, that it should not be. It should be for the lawful purpose. 7 or more persons where the committee to be formed to be a public committee. 7 or more persons to be joined together to form a committee. 2 or more persons, but not more than 200. In case of private company, where the company to be formed as private company. 1 person, where the company to be formed to be 1 person company. The process of formation of a joint stock company in India can be divided into 3 stages. What is the stages? One is promotion, second is incorporation, third is commencement of business. This is also one of the question examination point of view. How the company is to, what is a company, how the company is to be, what are the process of formation of a company.
So
Now,
in this one, just one question quickly. So in the book, it is promotion, registration, and flotation. So the second and third are the same. Like registration sounds like incorporation.
yeah,
only.
registration. When incorporation will be called as incorporation company, once it is registered and registration certificate is issued to the private company, then it will be called as incorporate. Once a certificate is issued, then they can incorporate the company. In case of public private company, there is a difference. We'll discuss while discussing the private and public company. But incorporation means the registration process also has to be, their registration certificate has to be, then only it will be incorporated. Okay.
Yeah, so we can write any answer, right? Either like 3 steps for formation is promotion, incorporation, commencement, or promotion, registration, and flotation.
Yeah, all the same.
Okay.
Next is commencement of business. Third stage is how you will, for your easy understanding, I have made a promotion. First, there has to be a promoter. He has to promote the company. Then it has to be incorporated under this. You have to register MOU, memorandum of understanding, article of memorandum of association, article of association. It has to be registered under the company. Then incorporation certificate is to be issued. Then commencement of business. Once certificate is issued, then commencement of business can be done. So let us discuss about the promotion. Promotion refers to the entire backing process by which a company brought into life. It is a entire backing process. The company will come to the life. It begins with the conceptualization of the company. Conceptualization, you have to, the members of the committee or the person who is promoting the company, he has to conceptualize what business we are going to do. The person who conceived the idea to form a company or initiate the process of formation of a company is called promoters. Who are the person? One person or the group of person who give the conceptualize the business and conceive the idea, they are called as promoters. The promoters enter into preliminary contract with the vendor. These promoters can be contract with preliminary with the vendors for procuring the materials and make arrangement for the preparation, advertisement, and the circulation of the prospectus and management of necessary capital. These people, they can contract with the vendors, they can make preparation for advertisement, circulation of the prospectus, and arrangement of necessary capital, where from they will get the money or money's capital from bank or public share or something like that. They will be responsible. The promoter should not make any profit or secretly at the expense of the company they promote. They cannot take any profit out of this, and secretly they cannot take any profit. The promoter to make a full disclosure of all material facts relating to the formation of a company. He has to disclose that I am not I will not take any advantage from the company. Incorporation of registration is the foremost obligation to be fulfilled to form any type of company under the company there. It is one of the foremost process for registering a company. No company can come into existence without being formally registered under the Companies Act. Without registering under the Companies Act, no company can be called as a company. Incorporation of a company is a procedure full of documentary compliances. In that incorporation, all the documentary registration, MOU, article of association, everything has to be registered. A company is to be incorporated by registering certain documents with register of company and paying certain fee and stamp duties. You have to pay the register of the company, the fee, company registration fee and stamp duties you have to pay. Unless until and this formalities are duly complied with, companies does not have legal recognition as a business. You have to comply with this procedure, then only it will register the company. Then commencement of business. A company not having the share capital can commence its business immediately after obtaining the certificate incorporation. Once certificate incorporation is given, you cannot create the business because you need to have the share. A company limited by share capital can commence its operation, exercise borrowing powers unless it has complied with capital subscription requirement. If any default is made in the complying with the requirement of this section, the company shall be liable to penalty, which may be extended up to 5,000 rupees. And every officer who is in default shall be punishable with fine, which may extend to 1,000 rupees for every day during which the default continues. These are the penalty provision. Sometimes multiple type choice questions, you will be getting all this kind of section. What is the penalty for committing fraud, which may be extended up to what? All this you will be getting in short questions. I think now time is over. Next class we will be discussing about memorandum of association. What is the contents in memorandum of association? There is a doctrine called as doctrine of ultra-virus, article of association. There is a doctrine of indoor management. These are the short type questions, and you should be aware for multiple type question also. You need to write. So then we'll be discussing about distinction between private company and public company. Then we'll discuss share capital, then debenture, and there are a lot of things are there. Next class we'll be discussing. And then unit 5, it is Limited Factory Act. Okay.
When is the next class, sir?
I think tomorrow.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Tomorrow, I think 12 to 1. Okay. Because other professor will be waiting for his class. So let us wind up our class here. Any doubt or anything you want to know in next class, we can discuss. Okay. Shall we wind up?
Okay, sir.
Right.
Sir, please share your PPT, sir.
I'll share. Once the class is over, tomorrow class will be over. After that, I will share PPT. Full PPT I will share. Okay.
Sir,
Okay, sir.
excuse me, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is that?
Thank you, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir. The time is very crucial,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
The exam also very nearing. Please share it, sir.
Yes. You have to prepare it.
There is not. This is a new subject to us, sir. That is there.
Is there any doubt till now?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then fine.
No.
After exam also, if you have anything, you can call me or you can mail me. I will ready to help you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Don't worry. But please go through. I request all of you to go through the study material, and it is a new subject for you. Go through the study material. No need to write the section number because you cannot remember all those things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Just to the point you write, we'll understand that. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. See you tomorrow then.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. Any managerial economics class happened all these days?
Rishi, isn't managerial economics a part of semester 1 and not semester 2? This is supposed to be semester 2.
Nikhil, this semester 1, you are in semester 2, right? This one is semester 1. Managerial economics is happening now.
Oh, so this is the semester 1 class that I've joined. My bad.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
Guys, have anything WhatsApp group?
Excuse me. Any managerial class happened all these days?
Rishi, all classes are happening. Every subject has been covered from first.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam.
So just tell me whether you are able to see the PPT. Okay. Are able to see?
Yes, madam.
Yes,
Yes,
madam.
madam.
So if you remember, I told
Good
that
morning.
we will discuss one case study in the next class, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we will start with the case study, then we'll go to the class. And fortunately, we have got 1 more hour. So tomorrow also we will have 1 hour. So very comfortably we can complete it. Okay, right. So shall we start
Thank
the
you.
case study now?
Yes, madam. Good morning, madam.
Yeah. Okay. So just it's a small case as because of lack of time, I have taken up a small case. I'll tell you how to write a case study for theory papers. The model we will be seeing is applicable for any theory paper you can use. Okay. It is not that. 1 second. Yeah. It's not that for every paper you have to learn how to write a case study. Okay. So see, essentially, let us know about the case study first. A case study is nothing but a problem, incident, or event, right? It's a case. So what we are going to do, study it. What you are expected to do, give some solution, recommendation, suggestion, right? And remember one important thing when writing case study, there is no perfect answer, right? Every case is unique. The same way, every one of us are individually unique. So how I perceive the case study and I come up with a solution can be totally different from yours. You are right in your view, I am right in mine. Are you able to understand? So understand that. So don't ever worry about whether I can write the correct answer for a case study. No, there is no best answer for any case. Every solution you give is right. Right? But when you have to give marks, when we are evaluating, we need to see the sensibility of the solution. So don't write impossible mission and solution. So make it as sensible so that I understand that it is a good thing what you are saying. Important second point. The purpose of giving you the case study in the examination is to evaluate your ability to apply the theories in real time. Do you get my point? Because at the end of the day, you are going to work in the real world. And what we need, whether you are able to apply what you are studying here, the theories, into the real world. Right? So your job is to make me understand that you understood the theory and you can apply it in the real-time case study. So how you can show that? Infuse some theories highlighted in the case study. Based on that theory, I am giving this solution. I am giving this recommendation. Are you able to understand? So now I understand that, okay, you are able to find a perfect background, a theory, and you are able to use it and you are able to resolve the issue given to you. So this is what is going to fetch you the marks. Right? Okay. So with these 2 points, let's get into the case study. It's a small case. The name of the case I have given as stress. Okay. Because it is stress, we are stressing on it. Okay. So what it is? it's not a real case study. Okay, it is a written. So case studies can be both ways. It can be a news event happened in the real world. Okay, like a tsunami case, Bhopal tragedy case, or a scam happened, economic, whatever it can be. It could be a real time, and the case can be a story like this written also. It could be of any way. Okay, right. So read this. This is the first thing. Are you able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Finish your. This is your class. If you want, you can. Are you able to read the class? Sorry, read the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I read it for you? Varun is a person we are going to study about here. Okay. So he is a, what do you say, a urban boy who has grown in a comfortable environment. A big house boy. Okay. So he has grown in a good environment. He is always very cheerful, right? So he has finished his masters. As usual, what he does, his dad has a company, so he joins as a middle level manager. Okay. So when you are reading the case, how to read the case, first to read it. When you are reading for the second time, take a pencil. Remember, case study is a compulsory part of question paper. Okay, you cannot avoid that. And it carries 15 marks. Okay, so you have to manage your time accordingly. You have to give some time for the case. Reading the case is essential part of answering the question. Unless you read it, you cannot answer the case, because when it comes to decision making, you have to read between the lines, how to understand something beneath. Then only you will be able to investigate and then come to you can give some good suggestions. So that is why when you read for the second time only, you will be able to note some important points. So what you have to do, take a pencil for the second time, wherever you find some emphasis should be given, underline it. Okay, here if I am reading this case, I will underline middle level manager, right? Okay, so let's come to the next one. See, you can see that it's a very uncontrollable, sorry, untroubled. He's a very cool boy. Okay, right. So what happens to Varun after joining the company as middle level manager? That is the point here. He has no prior experience. Where you found that? Because the previous slide told that after finishing his master's degree, he joined the company. Okay, so you have to underline that. So no prior experience. So he stumbled on the decision making part of his job profile. He is able to do the work. Okay, say maybe he is an engineering master's. Let us assume that. So he is able to know the know-how of the machines. He is able to operate it. He is able to sign the files. He is able to read. He is able to draft letters. Right? He is able to communicate with other people. But where he is stumbling, he is stuck with the decision making part of his job profile. Okay, so he cannot show his problems. What could be the problem in decision making is your part to write. Do you understand the point? So here also you have to underline. This will not be given in the case. Okay, the question will be like this with hidden clues. You have to underline that. So he is not able to show his true feelings to his parents or friends or to his subordinates or superior, whoever it is. Why? Because he has his image as what? Cool as cucumber. That is again a clue. You have to underline that. Okay, because see this particular case study I have wrote thinking the OB in mind. So you have to take this with the background of OB theories, organizational behavior theories. Here I would like to stress another one point. The same case study can be used for many papers. Same question. I can give you this for HR paper, performance appraisal paper, or HRD paper or OB paper. The same case study, this question can be given for various papers. So you have to remember for which major paper you are writing this question, so that you can infuse that particular theories into the paper. Are you able to get my point? So it about the perception, what you are going to link the theories to it. Okay, right. So we come to the next one. So what happens slowly? Varun starts getting the symptoms of stress. What are the symptoms? Usually this high class spoil, what they will do? As usual, he starts to go for parties, starts taking alcohol as an escape route. So he can forget about the tensions of decision making in the workplace. So he's avoiding the family time, because you have to think about that too. A clue, what is that? Because he don't want to reveal his true feelings. So he's avoiding. Maybe he will, by loose talk, he should not say. So he is keeping a smiling face to keep his image, but he is irritable to himself. He cannot cheat himself. Right? Another one clue. You can cheat others by hiding your feelings, but not your mirror self. That we have studied in the theory. Remember that. So losing appetite, weight loss, his charm is gone. So all these symptoms starts coming up. So Varun has a intermediate boss between his father and him, who is called as Kiran. He's a general manager, noticed these things and wanted to help Varun. Okay, so the questions now. This is the case. The questions. What would you do if you are Kiran? That's superior. What would you do if you are his subordinate, Varun's subordinate? Or what would you do if you are Varun? Okay. So this is the question. Are you able to understand? I'm taking a little bit time because this is an important class, because this would be the base foundation of all your case studies for all the 4 semesters, right? Any doubts so far? Can continue. Okay. See. Okay. So how to write the case study solution? Usually for theory papers. For practical papers, see, for example, research methodology, you have a statistical question or an accounts question. Simply you are going to write the answer by formula and by the steps. There is nothing you have to describe. They are practical problems. That also will be asked for practical papers. For practical papers, case study will be like ratio analysis or research methodology statistics, like that. Okay, so for theory papers, you take up this format. Usually we want 4 subheadings for any case, right? First one is identification of problem. Why we say this, identification of problem is 2 divisions. One is surface problem, the other one is hidden problem. A surface problem present to you by itself, when you read the case, automatically it will give you the surface problem. What it could be? Tell me a surface problem, anyone. What is the problem in this case?
Knowledge. Unable to make a decision.
Very good. Okay.
Not
And
exposed
lack of
to
experience.
any
Lack of
scenario where
experience
he
about
can
his
make
job.
a decision.
Wait. See, usually a case study rarely has a title. Okay. Because titles are most of the time the right clue for the answer. But as it is a class, I have given you the title. Stress. So what is the surface problem here?
Stress.
Yes, surface problem is stress. Varun is affected by workplace stress. Okay, what is it theoretically? The term you should write correctly. Okay, a stress can happen from your personal life also. But what is the clue in this case? He is not affected in his personal life because it is clearly given that he is grown in a comfortable environment, very good parents. He has a very good image with friends. So there is no personal stress. Clearly mentioned. So the stress comes from workplace. So what is the surface problem? The surface problem is Varun is affected by workplace stress. Okay? Simply, you have to write 1 or 2 bullet points. Don't write too much. We don't want paragraph. Then the second part of identification of problem, second bullet point will be hidden problem. What is the hidden problem in this? What is the hidden problem?
Lack of decision making capacity.
Yes, I gave you the clue while reading the case itself. What is it?
He is unable to make decision.
Very good. Very good. He is not able to make decisions. But why? Why he is not able to make decisions?
Lack of experience.
As his
Very
lack of
good. Lack of
experience.
experience. Lack of training. Right? Lack of hierarchical promotion. He was directly placed in middle level manager. Right? If he has started his career in a lower level and slowly elevated, he could have gained that experience. So he doesn't know the company at all. Right? So the hidden problem are these things. You can again write bullet points or a paragraph in hidden problem, but it could be very sensible. This is an essential part of your solution, very important part. If you are able to pinpoint the hidden problem correctly, half of your problem is solved. Right? See, this analysis of case study will be helpful throughout your life, not only for these examinations, right? When you are able to go step by step of how to bring a decision for or a solution or recommendation or suggestion, whatever it is, for a particular problem, this problem solving method is useful all throughout the life. Okay, so try to practice like that. So what is the hidden problem? When you are able to find the hidden problem, half problem is solved, right? So here the hidden problem is Varun is actually wrongly posted. Okay, no hierarchical improvement promotions, or no training, lack of experience, all these things, very young. So all these things can be given as hidden problem.
Yeah, could we also put like something outside the job, like values and the background from where the person is coming?
Little bit louder, Pranab, I'm not able to hear you.
I'm saying, could we also put points around like the values that he carries or the family background that he has come, or that is not?
Yes, of course. But the problem is, this identification of problem should be smaller. Okay, don't make it elaborate. If you are making too many points, that shows you are confused. You are not able to pinpoint because the problem you are going to focus is one. It
Got
could
it.
be various. Pranab can write one problem, Rishi can write one problem, Anju can write one problem. Doesn't matter. As far I am convinced that you have got one hidden problem, because it is not necessary that every case has one surface problem and one hidden problem. It could be too many. It depends on my eyes, how I see the case. Right? So, as far you are able to convince the evaluator that this is a hidden problem, fine. Right? So don't write too many, because you can focus on one problem, so come out with one suggestion. If you are writing 10 hidden problems, you have to relate the analysis and suggestion for 10. Time will not be enough in the examination, right? So stick to one, right? Okay. So the second part, analysis of the case. This is your playground, right? You can do whatever you want. This is analysis of the case. So whatever the clues we have seen so far, whatever I told you in the clues, start writing everything in the descriptive manner, right? Paragraphs, right? Explain in your own way how you see it. You can take real time examples from the world. Okay, write everything. Say Varun is brought up with this a comfortable background, so he doesn't know the real problems of the life. He doesn't know hunger. He doesn't know. He is not given opportunity for decision making at all. Like this, you can make the analysis slowly. Start from the lack of experience. Why he doesn't have lack of. Why he has been given with middle level manager. All these things, and the analysis should be deep. This is the area where you are going to infuse all the theories what you have studied in the subject. So this subject is organizational behavior. So what you have to write, whatever theories we have studied, the personality of Varun, right? Why he may be stressed, what are his values, why his stress level is increasing. What you can write here, maybe as Varun doesn't know the real world, because his decisions may be affecting one person. Every decision will be a win situation for one, another one will be losing. So he may be feeling guilty that he is affecting other people. Arun is not confident that is why he is not able to take a decision. Every decision is becoming a burden for Varun. Write all these things based on the theories of organizational behavior. Right? So other things also you can write. Organizations have teams. Right? So he is not a team player. He is not trained with the teams. Group cohesion is there. Varun could be a social lobbying, like that. Whatever theory you have studied, whichever is suitable, analysis is the area to prove the metal of your study. Again, I am stressing, understand one thing. This is not giving a solution for Varun. Okay? Not giving the best solution. The purpose of you writing this case study here in the examination is making the evaluator, convince the evaluator that you have studied the subject. You are ready to apply the theories in real time. Do you get my point? Do that in the analysis. Okay? So when you finish off writing all these things, come to suggestions and recommendations. So you understand now what is the problem. So you can give a suggestion and recommendation. If the question is given in the case, here I have given you some 2-3 questions as model. There can be one question, there can be 3-4 questions, or in some cases there may be no questions at all. Just a case will be given. In case no questions are asked, then you can go for suggestion and recommendation. In this particular case study, I have given you the questions. So you can start answering for questions 1, 2, 3, 4 or ABCD, whatever it is. Okay, that would be the suggestion recommendation part. For example, the first question is what the superior will do as Kiran. What you will do as Kiran? You can write that stress management techniques. How Varun can be taken out of the stress. You can write the techniques that he may be sent for a training. He may be sent for a vacation. He may be removed of the burden of making the decision making. He may be given a protocol of decision books. Right? He may be given a mentor. He may be given with time. He may be given with a counselor. So these are your suggestions. You can write how to manage the stress of Varun by superior called Kiran. Right? Then if you are a subordinate, what you will do, you are an experienced subordinate, what you will do, how you will help your boss, or if you are Varun himself, what you will do. So think like that and start writing the answers. If there are no questions, suggestion and recommendations, again in this particular case, will take all the techniques of stress management from the organization, from the individual. Whatever you have studied, you write in the suggestion and recommendation. Then conclusion, out of this suggestion and recommendation, bullet points or paragraphs, whatever you are writing, take one. Okay? Whatever you feel the best recommendation, you take that, justify that. If I am that manager, I will take this recommendation and implement it. Why I will do that? Justify it. Why this is the best recommendation? That will be the conclusion. Again, conclusion should be small. So the first part should be small. Last conclusion also should be small. Analysis can go up to 2-3 pages, not more than that. Suggestion and recommendation can be some half page or 3/4 of it. That's all. This is how you have to write the case study. In analysis part, if you want, you can go for SWOT analysis. Strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. This is called SWOT analysis. It's a common analysis method followed for any problem. You can go for that. Or if you have any other model also, you can do. If you don't want to do SWOT also, no problem. Are you able to understand? So this is how a case is solved. Oh, I have given the solution. Sorry, I forgot to remove the slides. So what is the identification of problem? Varun has stress. What is the hidden problem or real problem? It is not having proper training or experience. Analysis I have left blank because it is up to you. What could be the suggestion recommendation for this case? It could be observe that, evaluate his stress, find the stress source, why he is getting stressed, give him time for healing, then give him time to change, then give the stress management techniques, and the mentoring could be a good suggestion. So conclusion, why I have given this diagram is, conclusion can be anything. It is up to you. You can take up any path and justify it. So whatever you write is the right answer for any case study. Are you able to understand? Any doubts? Any doubts?
Sorry to interrupt, but in that conclusion part, what we have to write exactly?
1 second. Yeah, tell me what is that?
That conclusion part, can you tell one more time?
Conclusion.
Yeah.
You can select any one point from your recommendations. Don't take something out of blue. You are writing suggestion and recommendations. Say for example 6-7 points you are writing. This could be suggestion, this could be a suggestion, this could be a suggestion, right? Out of that suggestions, take any one. That is your concluding part. You say that I am Kiran, I want to implement this particular suggestion. Why I want to do that? Justify that. Say for example, if I am that person, I would say that I will send Varun for a training program, management development program for 1 month or 2 months. I will give Varun a protocol of decision making, what he should decide, or he should consult me for every decision. I will be his mentor. Conclude. This will relieve Varun from the stress what he is going through. Conclusion. Finish.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Any other doubts? Are you able to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for that.
Okay. Okay. So shall we go to the class now?
Ma'am, one doubt.
Yes, Aishwarya.
Exam 100 marks இருக்குன்னா இன்டர்னல்ஸ் எவ்வளவு மேம் எங்களுக்கு வரும்?
I don't get your question. What is it?
இப்போ எங்களுக்கு பேப்பர் வந்து எக்ஸாம் பேப்பர் 100 மார்க்ஸ்க்கு நாங்க எழுதும் போது இன்டர்னல்ஸ்க்கு எவ்வளவு மேம் வரும்?
25 for internals and this paper will be for 75. Out of 75, the case study will be for 15 marks.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, right. So don't ever avoid case study. Okay, write the case study. Why it will be useful, if your theoretical answers are not able to help you to get through the paper, if you are writing the case study, that will be the place where we can give you some grace marks to get through. If you are not attending the case study, there is no place for grace mark at all. Even if you are not writing the case study well, at least a few marks can be given if you are attending the case study. You get my point? So don't forget to write the case studies.
One quick question. So exam will be for how much duration, just to plan for how much
3
time?
hours. 3 hours. You will have 3 hours for exam.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you have to have time management. Remember that you are in MBA now. When you finish MBA, the society is not going to ask you whether you are completed in distance education or regular. You are an MBA. Right? You are equal to any other MBA coming out of any other institution. Society will look you like that. So prepare for that. Time management is an essential part of the study. So you see, that is why I often say to my students, when you have started this course, it's a professional course. So you have to practice that. Professional course is that you start practicing implementing these theories, whatever you are studying. This will be useful for decision making. This will be useful for organizing. This will be useful for managing your personal life. This will be useful for managing an event, organizing an event. There are techniques in next semester you will be studying operations management, operations research and all. Those papers you will see that you will have scientific methods of how to organize an event, conduct an event. But only if you learn that and practice. So this course is going to help you a lot in your life, because why I am very confidently saying, I can see my life as before MBA, after MBA. Before MBA, I don't know. It could not be this organized or peaceful. I can see that when I started practicing the theories, what I have studied for organization into my life, I'm very thankful actually. These codes have changed a lot of things in the life. So this decision making or this case study analysis, if you start doing that, see for example, it's a practice. Wherever you see a news in a newspaper, you try to see it as a case. If this is presented as a case in the exam, how I will see that? For example, the same stress management case, if given in HR, human resource management paper, the entire perception should change to wrong placement. What is a hidden problem? He was wrongly placed. He should not be given as a middle level manager, right? So the planning is wrong. HR planning is wrong. So the perception will go again. If it is given for some specialization paper, I will write totally different. Like what you say, the recruitment rules of the company is not okay. Are able to get my point? So the same problem can be seen in various dimensions. Where you are standing and how you are looking at a problem gives you a new, what do you say, vision of that particular problem. You go that side and see, that will be totally different.
Ma'am, but one question.
Yes, Rajeshwar.
Yeah, ma'am. But in that case study we discussed, right? So it
Yes.
is mentioned that he joined his father's company, right?
Yes.
So most of the time, when the kid's father is a businessman or industrialist, they will
Yes.
immediately join as a manager or some higher level category in their own company only.
Yes.
So in this situation, I mean, the HR won't have any say, or the people, those who are working in the company, they don't have any say on that, right? It is purely
Yes.
on their company.
Yes.
So in that situation, we can
But
suggest,
obviously, dad will have interest on the company, right?
yeah, that, yeah, they will be
Yes.
having interest on that company. But what I'm
Yes.
suggesting is like the ideal solution or ideal suggestion is like putting Varun into the training or something
Exactly.
instead
That
of
is what I tell you, Rajeshwar, as you have broached up this topic, I tell you, India is famous for family business, right? India has a very long line of traditional family business, and we have communities named of business. We have people practicing business, and those children are pushed into the business, whether they like it or not. So, these we call as traditional family business communities in the India also. So, if you see the traditional training method, these communities where they are following this business for long time years, if you see those boys not men, when they are in young age itself, they will be called into the business. And you know what would be the first job given to them? Being bell boys. You know what are bell boys? When a person rings the bell, this person should go to the, like attender, now we call them attender or peons. Those boys, the owner's sons, will be given bell boy designation. They have to go attend, they have to bring coffee to the people. Why? To be observant, to come from the lower level. If the boy is promoted next year to a clerk, then manager, and if he comes, the Varun has this hierarchy of promotions, he would be a very good manager. So this is what traditional business families will do. But now you see that this is also changing. Now the people doesn't have that slow pace anymore. This is social media generation, and everything is faster paced. So they don't have that patience to come from the lower level. So last 2-3 decades, what happens in any family business, or I see that this trend is changing. They are directly, because they think that they go to the college for masters, they have studied MBA, say they know everything in the organization, and they directly come and sit up as general manager or CEO, and that is where these problems will occur. So that is why it's a very good question what Rajeshwar has asked. It is happening, and that would be a serious HR problem. And another one question, as you asked, what about the interest of HR? HR may not have a say, but the person who founded the company, the father or whoever it is, his partners or the company directors, will certainly have the interest of the company, and they will intervene if this happens. Right? Good. Anything
okay.
else? Okay. So we
Ma'am,
move on to the yes.
actually,
Sapna.
I
Yes,
have a
Sapna.
question related to exam.
A little louder. Sapna, you are
Am
not
I
audible.
audible to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Hi.
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Ma'am, now I'm audible.
Sapna, can you type in the message box the question? Yeah, you please type the question in the message
Ma'am,
box.
actually, I had one question related to it. Okay, ma'am.
Please type the question in the message. Okay, I'll see that. Okay. Okay. So we move on to the next unit. Okay. So this is called as organizational ethos. See, every organization is treated as an entity, an individual entity, right? See, the organization has a name. Sometimes it has a face too. Like we call them as some celebrity will be taken as a face, or organization as a logo, icon. So it has a face. Same way, it has a character, right? Every organization has an image, a character, a personality, an attitude, values, everything. You agree with me? Every organization has this, but this is not visible very easily because it takes a long time, years above years, to form this personality, like a child growing, right? See, when you can see a solid personality, 5 years, a baby of 5 years, 6 years, you can see some personality starting up. Before that, in 2-3 years and all, the personality will not be that visible. It will be changing often. After 5 years, you can see the same way. In 20 years, you are fully grown adult. 20 years will show your personality. You will be start performing, achieving, exactly suitable for a organization. A 2-3 year organization, you cannot see visibly a personality, but 5 years, yes, it will start showing a color, a face, a attitude. But when it comes, the organization is old, 50 years, 70 years, it becomes a solid personality. The organization has an image and a way of working. Are you able to understand? So this we call as organizational ethos. Sapna, you can type in the doubt. Okay. So what we take the factors, attributes of this organizational ethos, the openness of the organization, transparency, confrontation of the problems they face, trustworthiness of the organization, authenticity, proactivity, autonomy, collaboration, experimentation. These attributes, these are only examples. It is still, you can have a lot of adjectives to that. I have taken major attributes. When organization is performing with these attributes, what happens? The organization starts to build its own individual personality, right? So this we call as organizational ethos. So what we are going to study mainly and why this is related to our subject is an individual, an employee working in an organization has a personality. Same way, the organization has a personality, right? So these two are closely connected. The whole day I am in the organization. So whatever the organization is going to have an effect on my personality, vice versa. Whatever I am, my personality is going to reflect on the organization's personality. Why? Because even though organization is the individual person, entity, the decision making is mine. As an employee working there, I am going to make some decisions. That will reflect in the organizational image. Are you able to understand? So it is both ways. Organizational image affects me, my personality and image affects organization. But these are in a very small fractional changes. But in long years, these changes become solid. The effect of organization on me is going to change my personality in the wake of years. Same to the organization. Are you able to understand? If you understand this point only, we can move forward. Are you able to understand this? Do you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Only one yes?
Understood, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
No, I don't want you people to sleep. So let any one of you answer me. Any one of you can say that I am affected by my organization's image? Anyone? I changed this. I have changed because of the organization I am working with. Anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you give an example? How you are changed, Dharma?
In
I
terms
can
of
give,
work environment or the culture existing in the organization.
No, I want one
Because
example. How you have changed?
yeah, I can give one example of like in my company, usually we openly give like the growth and the strength opportunities both. So
Okay.
earlier I was used to give only the growth opportunities and good feedbacks, but there is
Okay.
a organization compulsion to give the negative feedbacks also on a very immediate basis. So with that, it has inculcated in me that to give the feedbacks on
Very
negative
good.
written.
Very good. That is it exactly. I'll give you one example. Mine. Long time ago, when I joined as a fresher in a college in Chennai as a teacher, that college had a vast compound and lot of old trees were there. Very old trees, 70, 80 years old trees. So I came to know that the founder of that college was very fond of this trees, and he has planted those trees and he has taken care of them very like the children. They don't have children, so they have nurtured the trees like their children, own children. So they were very huge and they have made the area very pleasant. This got infused in me, and till today I am very fond of trees, and wherever I plant this. I can see that that part of me changed because of that organization. This is how, right? This is on both ways. So how you are, your decisions affect the personality of the organization. Are you able to understand? So we come to that. This is why we study this very importantly in organizational behavior, because the organizational ethos, organizational ethics or climate or culture has a direct effect on the people working in the organization. You may not know that in one day or 1 month or 1 year. If you are continuously working, certainly it will be affecting you in good way or bad way, up to the organizational image. How the organization is, it depends on that. Okay, right. So the next topic we will be seeing is organizational climate. Exactly like the climate what we are literally talking. See, that's why I have given you the figure also, a climate. It can be rainy, suddenly it could be sunny. Okay, it is changing. How fast it could change? Fraction of second. We are experiencing this in Pondicherry exactly now, Within minutes it is raining, and another 5 minutes it will be very hot sun will be there. So it is like the climate change. It is very fast. Not only fast, but the effect is brutal. It is like omnipresent. When the climate change, you cannot change it for every section. That is for the entire place. That is why we call it as organizational climate. What are all the factors that will be affected by the climate? Motivation, achievements of the employees as well as organization, the influence of people, control, dependency, affiliation, morale, interpersonal relationships and control. All these things gets affected by the organizational climate, and the organizational climate gets affected by all these things. Are you able to understand? See, for example, a motivated group of employees will change the organizational climate. See, for example, in ABC company, the productivity is low. Okay. So the GM is thinking, general manager wants to take it to higher position. So what he is thinking, how to motivate the people to increase the productivity. He brings in a small incentive scheme. Okay. Every evening, if you are making 2 or 3 units more, for every unit you will get 100% more salary. Incentives for every unit makes. Suddenly what will happen? There is motivation of monetary incentive. People will start working more. When all of you are lively working and you feel happy that I am going to get the bonus, immediately within 1 day you can see the organizational climate will be elevated. Right? From gloomy to sunshine. Same way. This can affect the other side. This is from employee side to organization. Say for example, a fire accident in the organization. One floor is gone. Suddenly the climate will be gloomy. Whatever you are doing, there is a fire accident, some tragedy has happened, everyone will be falling very low. So the entire climate of the organization will brought low. Are you able to understand? So this is how there are so many factors that will affect the organizational climate. Right? But what we have to remember is climate is of short duration. Right? And climate is easily manipulated. Remember that. If the managerial team wants, they can change the climate easily. If the employee team wants, they can manipulate the climate easily. Are you able to understand? Very easy to change. But usually it is not done by single person. Group of people only can do that. Unless that single person is sitting on the top. The population, we have seen the pyramidal shape. So it depends on that. If the climate has to be changed from lower side, so many people you need. From top side, few people is enough. You get my point? But remember that vice versa, and it is short duration. Climate has a direct proportional effect on the people working in the organization. Right? And climate is very important for productivity, for selling, for profitability, for motivation, for morale of the organization. For all these things, you have to balance a pleasant climate in the organization. Whose responsibility is that? Top level management responsibility. You cannot keep the climate very hot. You cannot keep the climate frozen. It should be in a middle level. Pleasant climate is necessary for a good environment. Are you able to understand? Like how we live, what we need in the real time, that is what we need in the organization also. I think we still have time. Okay, very good. Okay. So the next topic is organizational culture. This is exactly opposite to climate. As I told you, climate is of short duration and easily manipulated. Nothing can be done with culture. Organizational culture is exactly, literally, you can relate to a society culture, social culture of anywhere. In India, you need not teach about culture because we all are grown up with cultures of our own, right? It could be a locational culture, it could be community culture, caste culture, or language culture, or state culture, district culture. A lot of what do you say? There are small bits of cultures we are grew up with, right? So many, and we learn everything, and we are personified in a way that automatically we can change our behavior according to that culture. Have you noticed that? Say for example, Kanyakumari or Nagarkoil, like interior south person, is working as a software engineer in Chennai. After some few years, you can see that they can very easily convert their behavior to a software engineer and a native boy in Kanyakumari. There will be total difference to that. And it is not acting, it is not pretending. That is their original behavior. But what is that? Why they are different? It is a cultural influence of the culture of that particular location. They are adapting to that, right? They cannot show that Chennai culture in Kanyakumari. Like you can see that it is easily relatable when you think of NRIs, right? They will have a tough time adapting to the native culture they are grown up with. They maybe in 25 years they will go to US or London. After 5 or 10 years when they come back, you can see that the way the behavior will be modified to the culture of the other country. They will find it very difficult to adapt to this country. Are you able to understand? Exactly, that is matching with organizational culture. Can you relate to it? Every organization will have a culture, but it will take time. As I told you, this is like the personality, right? You can see why India is having a very strong culture. Why we say? Because India is from ancient time. These particular civilizations have been here for so many thousands of years. So what happens? Slowly, layer by layer by layer, the culture is formed. And you can see that the culture is not the same. It is not a straight line. It's going up and down, up and down. So you can see that every 5 years, you can see a new trend in the culture. Maybe the core value you will be able to keep. I doubt that very seriously. But still, you can see that the culture cannot be drastically changed. It's slowly modified. That's why I say layer by layer. Every year, every economical disaster, every economical, how do you say, ups or any political party who is taking the regime or any particular dominant virus or disease for that matters, any particular fashion trend, any particular celebrity, any particular sports that is dominating. So by all these things, all these factors, the layer is changing, the color is changing, right? Now, exactly replicate to a organization. When an organization is found, it's like a new country, a new society. So slowly, because of the people working inside it, after 5 years, after 10 years, a culture is getting formed. So a organization with 20 years, which is there for 20, 30 years, what happens? It will have a strong culture, right? You cannot change it overnight. You cannot change it over a month. The culture has to be changed in slow pace only. And it is very, what do you say, unlikely for organization to change the culture very often. Only in cases where merger or acquisition happens. When your company is bought by other company, you can see that the mother company culture will be instilled here. Right? In some cases, what happens, they will, that is why if this company which is selling, sometimes you can see the clause will be that we need to retain all the people working here. Otherwise, the culture will be changed. If you see they are infusing new people here, culture will be changed because the management is changed. Unless the top people are changed, the culture cannot be changed easily. Right? And most probably you can see that the founder, whoever is the founder of the company, any organization, will be the great impact, or you can easily resonate with the culture of that person and the organization. It will be similar. Are you able to understand my point? Because the decisions comes from the top person who is founding. So automatically whatever he wishes will be given in this organization, and slowly that will be the culture of the organization. Are you able to understand? So that is what philosophy of founding members, selection and orientation of employees. That is important, right? How to say that? You can see that there are still some companies where during the recruitment they will be asked a question whether you are vegetarian or non-vegetarian, right? Because orientation of employee, that organization will be having a culture of vegetarianism. Still, there are companies like that. So orientation of employees is important. Behavior of the top management. As I told you, the culture depends on that philosophies, and socialization in the organization. How people perceive and imbibe the culture into themselves. The effect of culture on individual personality is another factor to retain the culture or change the culture. Anyway, both ways. Okay, so this is about organizational culture. So what to summarize, organizational culture will take time to settle down based on the founder's philosophy most of the time. Very tough, very difficult to change the culture in a short duration, and culture will change surely, but in a slow pace, right? And the organizational behavior has a direct proportional effect of the culture to the people, by the people, right? Are you able to understand the organizational culture? Shall we go to the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this is climate versus culture. What's the difference? I have told you already, just we will skip this. So climate is current atmosphere, but culture is based on past years. Climate evolves on needs, but culture evolves slowly for years. Climate is flexible, culture is not at all flexible. Okay, I have given you two diagrams to understand what is a culture, what is an organizational culture. See, in the first diagram, you can see that the person helps the person below him to get elevated, right? And you can see the struggle, the effort they put in to pull the person to the next level, right? This is a culture. So when the topmost person sends the next person to a training, teaches him what is an organization, how to manage, and gives him promotion, due promotion, treats him very nicely, that will be cascading to the other person. That person will treat his subordinate in the same way. Do you agree with me? So, till the end, this will be following. See the next diagram? So, this is like we say bootlicking, right? You need not do anything, just you have to bribe or what do you say? We say that in colloquial language, you have to keep eyes, right? So, what happens when you price the person who is not maybe eligible for that, and you find it an easier way to get promoted, not by your quality, and that person is like that. So what happens? You are showing this way, your subordinate will do that to you, his subordinate will do that to you, and see what happens. Everybody will be doing that, and this will be the culture. This will be formed as a culture. Can you now relate to organizations? You can see both in various organizations, right? So this is what we call as a culture. This is one example of culture. So every actions, like see for example, getting an order, supplying quality material, approving a damaged piece to sale, right? Recruitment on recommendations, promotions on bribes. Are you able to understand? So these are all actions that will talk about the culture of organization. So as I told you, every organization has a behavior, right? So the behavior of the organization is based on which culture it is nurturing upon. Like us. Why my personality and my behavior is like this? How I am nurtured based on that. So how the organization is nurtured, based on that, the organizational behavior also will be changed too. Are you able to understand? We go to the next one. This is an important topic. So I think I'll be able to finish in another 10 minutes. Okay, can I take a 5-10 minutes? As we have taken up the case study today, it is a little bit lagging behind. Can we stay for another 5-10 minutes?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay, madam. No problem.
So comfortably we can take up. Okay. Anyone who is hungry want to leave can leave the class. Okay. Right. But there is a saying, a kural in Tamil, you know, செவிக்குணவு இல்லாத போது சிறிது வயிற்றுக்கும் ஈயப்படும். That means when you have nothing to learn, then you go for eat. Okay. Okay. So organizational change. So what is this? Why we have to read this in organizational behavior? Every organization will go through change because change is directly related to development. Unless you change, you cannot develop. Or you can say it another side. If you want to develop, you should be ready for a change. This is right. Do you agree with me? Yes or no? If you want to develop, you have to change. Say, for example, you want to develop, you want to study MBA, you were willing to change. You are willing to attend classes on Saturday, Sunday. If you are afraid of this change, you don't want to make this change in your lifestyle, you cannot develop. So every development comes with a change. So organizational development also comes with a change. So that is why usually we study this chapter as organizational change and development. Right? So organizations always strive for development. We need to grow. Right? So change is inevitable. Okay, that is why. Can you tell me a quote which is world famous regarding change? There is a world famous quote on change. World famous, why I am saying? In every country, if they want to say about change, they will say this quote only.
Change is the only thing won't change.
Yeah, this is a philosophical, but there is one quote by a famous personality. Famous person. Okay, I'll tell myself. Be the change you want to see. Who told this?
Steve Jobs.
Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi gave this. So this is very, what do you say? This is like the best one. So if every person use it. Okay, right, no problem. Be the change you want to see. So change is inevitable, as you said. Change is the only permanent thing. Remember these three. Okay, very useful for life also. When you are in organization also, very. What is the first one? Change is inevitable. You cannot avoid change. It will happen in your life every day. We are changing. You know, there is a scientific fact that around some 90% of our cells get renewed every day. That means my skin yesterday is not today. 90% of cells are rejuvenated. See, change is inevitable. Okay. The second part is change is the only permanent thing. There is no permanency in the world. That is the underlying message of that. So never believe in permanency. Okay. Second. Third one, very important one. Be the change you want to see. If you want to change the other person, if you want to change something, you be the change first. Unless you convince, unless you are confident of the change, you cannot force it on the other person. That is the, what do you say, meaning of this. Okay, there is a small story for that. You know, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was given to a small child. A mother brought a small child to him and said he is eating lot of sweets. Obviously Bengalis, right? A lot of sweets. So you advise him not to eat the sweets. So what he said, you bring him after 3-4 days. So the mother brought the child after 3-4 days. And Ramakrishna told to the child, no, don't eat too much of sweets. It's not good for your health. Eat little one. So the mother got intrigued and asked him, you could have told this 3-4 days ago itself, the same sentence. Why you asked me to come again? So he told, no, I could not have told 3-4 days ago because I myself was eating lot of sweets. So I stopped eating. I changed. Then now I am saying. Now I am fit for saying this advice. Do you get? That is the message. So if you are in an organization and if you have to force change another person, you have to get convinced yourself first. Right? So now we come to what is organizational change? How to do that? As I told, inevitable, we have to do that. How to do? There are two kinds of change. Planned change, unplanned change. Right? I given you again two diagrams to easily understand that. Planned change. You have to change the organization to that side. But you will have time to put a bridge. Now you can ask your employees to walk on the bridge. Slowly they will change to that destination. Right? Planned change. Unplanned change. See, in the hall a rocket comes and falls. You would have never planned for this change, but it happened. Now you have to handle this. There is no other go. Unplanned change. Right? So this is how organization will have two types of change. So what could be the major change titles that can happen in an organization? Downsizing. For effectiveness, all these are for development only. Downsizing, restructuring of the organization, re-engineering of the organization, workflow reduction, process changing, or product change. I have given full stop so that the list is very big. I have given you few examples. Why the organization has to go through a change. For these reasons, obviously, because we need to develop the organization. So, the organization may have to go through a change. Okay. So, there is a sequence of change. What is that? And why we have to handle the change like this? You know, because people resist. People will not change, right? See, for example, how many of you will be attending all the classes of MBA? There may be some excuses. You may not be Like, see, it is not the entire attendance, okay? People may not be willing to get up on Saturday or Sunday early or willing to sit in the class. Resistance for change. When you are used to one comfortable zone, you don't want to come out of that, right? That is why we have to study this, how to manage the change in an organization. What is the sequence? You have to initiate the change first, right? Motivation. Make them understand change is inevitable and you have to change. Motivate them by giving a lot of, what you say, training or incentives or monetary values, a new quarters, a new bus, new uniform, something. Motivate them. Make them accept the change. Then diagnose. Okay, what is the need, how it could be done. Information collection. These are all process. Okay, usually this is done by an outsourcing firm. Usually the organizations will not change this process with the people inside the organization. This is done by outsourcing. Planned change is done by calling the experts. There are people who can do the change for you in the organization. So they will do this information collection, deliberation, action proposal, implementation. Stabilization again with the organization. So this part, diagnosis, information collection until implementation, the outsourcing company or outsourcing partner will do. Then stabilization, the organization, the parent organization has to take care. So this is how change sequence is done. This is how change is done. You know, I just for fun I given you a diagram. You see that. What if we don't change at all? Something magical just happened. We have to change the company, but we don't want that. Particularly, you can see that is the only female sitting there and say, and that is true. You usually what happens, you know, most of the time change is resisted by gender. What do you say? Depending on the change, a particular gender may resist, right? That is why. So it is like if you see the psychology behind it, there may be reasons why the fear of change comes to particular people. Okay, so this is the change sequence, and this is a change model. There are so many change models to follow. I have taken up one, what do you say, very popular model, which is called as Lewin's model. This is called, okay, Lewin. Lewin. He contributed this model. This is a change model. So we call it as Lewin's change model. What is that? Unfreeze, change, refreeze. Right? Why to unfreeze? People are like, you know, what do you say, compressed in their feelings. I am like this, solidified. Yes, that is the right word, solidified. Right? With the things like, see, for example, I sit in this chair and table. If you ask me this chair to change with a new chair also, I will hesitate. Why is that? I am used to this. I know the height of this chair, where to keep the hand, how to go behind, and what is the height of this. I'm used to this simply. You give me a new chair, I will think twice whether I need it or I can use this. Right? So solidification of the thoughts and comfortability for small chair. If you want to change the room or change the company or change the unit, see, so that will be very tough. So unfreezing is making the person get out of the comfortable zone. You can do this by various ways, you know, like give him a shake, promotion, or say that you are going to get terminated. Somehow wake him up from the solidification, right? Then change. Once he is vulnerable, when he becomes to the liquid state, change him. You put him wherever you want, right? And once the implementation is done, refreeze. Why, you know, if the person is still vulnerable, not stabilized, they are ready for change, they have changed, now they will be ready to change again. You get my point? Once you are in the change mode, you know, you will not be afraid to change again. So what you have to do? Refreeze them in that change mode itself. Otherwise, they will leave your company and go, because they are in the change mode. So refreezing is very important, right? So this is the simple model. Unfreeze, change them, refreeze. You can do it yourself also. If you are afraid of a change, you know, what you can do? You can try this yourself. You want to change something, first unfreeze, okay? Then change yourself. Then get used to that. Make it as a habit. Why people resist, you know, first of all, we call it as fear of unknown. Why I don't want to change this chair? Because I don't know how the new chair will be, whether I will be comfortable in that, whether I will like the color, whether I will like the seat. Fear of unknown, I don't know what it is, right? So how you can unfreeze me? Break one leg of this chair, not my leg. Break one leg of this chair. No other go. I have to go for a change. Unfreezing. Give me the new chair. Okay. So give me some incentive. If you sit in this chair and work, you can go half an hour earlier or come half an hour late. Give some incentive. I'll be happy. But before I change my mind and go for another one chair, be freezing, right? So this is the model. Fear of unknown is a factor. If you are able to understand that why your subordinates are resisting for the change, then you will be a good manager to make them come out of the fear, make them know what is the change. It will be easy for you to change them, right? So this is about organizational change. And what is organizational development? Organizational development is the model. How we do the change is a process called development. Okay, so change is a model. How the development will be done. You can it should come from what are the major points you have to remember. That is, it should come from top. Okay, because they only want the profit to be more. So top management does this development, and it is a very costly affair, very time consuming affair. That is why organizations don't bring this development often. It can happen once in a 10 years or once in 15 years. So the change itself will take 2 to 3 years, and it will take lot of money also. When this will happen, for example, I tell you the TVs. For example, previously TVs will be very big, right? Suddenly what happens? The product changed the entire world. It has become LED TV or a slim size TV. The factory has to go through a change. Those TV companies has to change to a new one. So the entire thing will change. Are you able to understand? Develop towards development. This is all. So it will take some 2-3 years. You have to recruit new people. You have to promote or demote the already existing people. So like this. So this is how development takes place. So what are the phases of OD? There are 7 steps. What are they called? Introduction of organization. As I told you, you will be calling out outside expert to that. This is not done by internal people. Development has to come from outside experts. So those people will come, get to know the organization first. They will identify the problem, like the product is the problem, second one. Then the third one is called intervention. Intervention is an important part because you can change everything else in the organization very easily. You can change the building, you can change the machineries, you can change the color of building, everything. No one will ask. No building will ask you why you are changing me, why you are demolishing me. People will ask. So intervention is the important part where people are changed. Okay, so then what happens? You have to collect the data, then data feedback and confrontation, then action, planning a set of actions, then making teams to implement that, then making groups so that intergroup developments will be there, appraisal, follow up. So these are the development phases. But I have given you in a very crispy form. It is a very lengthy process, a separate subject. When you are in HR specialization, those students will have this paper separately. What is OD and how it can be done. We will see this elaborately in that paper in your 3rd or 4th semester. Okay, I'll be handling obviously, I think. So this is how interventions are. Interventions are nothing but slowly giving you the change, not like a flood, giving you in doses. That is intervention. Okay, slowly intervening with the change and making people accept the change and go through it internally. You cannot force a person to change, so you are making them change by themselves. Okay, so this is organizational change and development, and which will have an effect on the behavior of the people in organization. Okay, thank you for patient listening. Any doubt?
No, no.
Hope there are no doubts. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So tomorrow we will be concluding the class. Right? Okay. So if you have any doubts, you keep it up. Tomorrow we can clarify and we can conclude the class tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, anyone got their examination hall ticket?
No.
யாராவது இருக்கீங்களா?
But Sarva,
So, good afternoon, dear students. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. So, hope you all had good lunch. So, we are going to have a class on management concepts. So, you are all aware that today and tomorrow we have the last classes, and you have been preparing for the exam. I hope you all could have registered, could have paid the fees, exam fees. Are you sure? Have you all paid the exam fees? Are you all registered for your exams? Okay, you all could have registered, and I think you could have got the internal exam. Did they tell you that you have to write the internal exam for 25 marks? Did you get any information? Can anyone of you respond to me? Have you got any information from the PCP center that that's an online exam, 25 marks? Did anybody get the news that you have to write online exam? It's not audible. Whatever you say, somebody can anybody else respond to me? If my was audible, Rajiv Kumar, your voice is not audible to me. Rajiv Kumar, other students, Jayashree.
Sorry, what is your question, sir?
Yes, now it is clear. Rajiv Kumar, your line is a problem. Now the 25 marks, did they tell you to know the internal exams? Did they tell you?
No, there is no information. Only thing we know that it's going to be a multiple choice question and it will be after the external exam, but we haven't got any timetable or anything as such.
Okay. That's after the external exam. Did they tell you like that?
Yeah, they said you can expect it after the external exam, but there is no communication as such. There is no email or notice.
Okay. But see, you have this pattern. No, see, 25 marks. But MCQ for 25 marks. Did they tell you? Maybe.
Yes. Yeah, we are aware of that.
So external exam you will be having only for 75 marks. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
25 marks. No, see, they'll be asking you to appear in online mode. Maybe they may be sending you the question through Google form. Okay. Maybe they will prescribe you 30 minutes. Within this 30 minutes, for 25 questions. For each question, it will carry 1 marks. So that is easy. You'll be able to get good marks in the internal. That is through MCQ. So what I'm telling you that in the external exam, the semester exam, you'll be having 75 marks for 75 marks. And well, my presentation mode is locked. My God. I came through the line mode. You are not allowed. Maybe there's a big problem.
Yeah, and also sir, today that live is not getting recorded, I think. So it's not.
It's recorded. It is showing.
Okay, because the streaming is not happening. Live streaming is not happening.
Live stream every now. Is it happening daily? I do not know.
Yeah, the other days it were happening.
Oh. Okay. So maybe you also share me the link. Let me also see the link. What is happening? Okay. See, my presentation mode is locked. It's not open. Maybe I shall ask the madam. Each and every time, no. Have you got the question paper model in the website? Did you find any model for you? Question paper model for your management concepts for 75 marks? How they have arranged the question types, question pattern? Do you have any idea?
No. Not on the new one. The old ones are there.
The older one is there, but new one you did not have any idea, no?
Sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
not much. We understand it's the same similar section. Marks will be reduced.
Okay, okay, very good, very good. Good understanding, very good. Logical thinking. Good. So now I'm sending the message to the university to release my presentation mode in the first semester. I don't know what shall I do. Is it in the guest mode? I'm in the guest mode.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'll try to come through once again. I will try to come. I am also once again coming through the online mode, but here also now also shows no. It's a guest. I don't know how I can unlock. My God, my time is going on. Through the email also once again I tried, but my mode is not.
Yeah, maybe you can take help of some admin person or some madam, right?
Yes, 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 yes. Madam, sorry to disturb you. And the presentation mode is off, madam. Presentation mode. I also come through the email only. The presentation, I'm not able to present. That mode is locked. Can you please? Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, madam. Okay, that's nice. So wonderful. Gave me a good idea. So when the presentation mode is on, we will discuss about the questions. Okay, so you'll be having so the first part you'll be having like short answers where you will have some definitions. Okay, some maybe out of 8 questions you may have 2 questions on definitions. Some questions are asked to give a detailed meaning, a description about what what idea you have on the particular topic. Okay, sometime you will have like that. Okay, so you could be able to write at least half of the page. For the short answers, half of the page you have to write, but make it clear. The presentation is very, very important. Okay, so how you present is very important. What you present also important, but in what manner. Okay, in the questions you have to mention clearly which part you are choosing. Especially the part which you choose, no, that no, that part, no, you have to complete the part. Then you go to the next part. Okay, before completing one part, suppose section A, you are going to another. Okay, it's not good. So 3 sections are there. Either you choose any one of the sections. You complete that particular section and you move to the next section. Always you do like that. Do you understand? Yes. This is a general, no, general idea. So this is a general thing you should. Now the presentation mode is opened. Okay, let me say her thank you. Put it in the message. Thanks. Thanks, ma'am. Okay. Okay, now wonderful. Now we will discuss. Before I start taking a class, let me discuss about the question pattern. Shall I do like that? Is it okay for you?
Sir.
Is it okay? You can have a
Yes, sir.
discussion
Yes,
on
sir.
the before that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that you will feel confident. Okay. You will have some positive note. MBA study material. Question pattern management concepts. Okay. We'll take the latest one. 22. So see, we have the 2 subjects, okay, but you will be writing in a 2 different paper: management concepts and organization behavior. Okay, so the 2 papers, no, so formerly it was 1 paper, but now we have got 2 papers. So maybe, as you said, marks they might have reduced the marks, as you have predicted that would happen. They may reduce the marks, but the types, maybe we will see. See what are the advantages of managerial skills. Okay, so you should know what are the managerial skills. Managerial skills. What are the managerial skills? Can anyone of you tell me? What do you mean by managerial skills? Immediately you should know what are the managerial skills. A manager should possess these type of skills. Those skills are called managerial skills. What are the skills the manager must possess?
Conceptual skill.
Very good. Then the manager. You think about a manager. Okay.
Problem
And
solver.
problem solving skill,
Technical skill.
technical skill,
Management skills.
managing skill,
Yeah, like planning, controlling.
planning, controlling. Very good. Okay. Very good. See, you have to think like that. Okay. When the question is asked, no, immediately you should not be afraid. Okay. You have to first of all, okay, they are asking only the advantages. But before answering the advantages, I am just telling you what are the skills. Okay. Managerial means what? The managers. Okay.
It's not
So,
available.
what could be the advantages if the manager is possessing the problem solving skill, decision making skill, planning skill, okay, efficiently implementing the skill, technical skills. Okay, you can write if the managerial skills. These are the skills a manager must possess. What could be the advantages? What could be the advantages? Now tell me, if the manager possesses, he'll be able to run the organization effectively. Then he'll be a good manager. No, he can get things done easily, effectively, without any problem, without having any misunderstanding. And what are the few more advantages? Can anyone of you think and tell me? Just I'm not finding. I'm not conducting exam for you. I'm not going to do like that. But just I'm asking you. I'm helping you to reflect. Helping you to think.
Healthy environment.
Okay, very good. Okay, just you have to explain. That's all.
To achieve the organizational goals.
Okay, you'll be able to fulfill the organization goals, achieve the organization goals. That's all. These are the answers. Okay, this you have to write. No, little bit, no, so suppose one point, you need to explain it at least in 2 sentences. Okay. Likewise, one by one. Minimum, so they are going to give 6 marks. Okay, 6 points. You have 6 points. Okay. 6 points, no, you have to explain at least 2 sentences. For 1 point, 2 sentences. So likewise, what are the techniques of decision making? Decision making, I taught you, know, there are a lot of methods, brainstorming, some methods are there. Okay, synectics. Okay, so group discussion,
Operations research.
operation research. Okay, these are all the techniques. Okay, so you can also mention one so group discussion, what you can do, operation research, what are the steps. Okay, you have some time, you can write, at least you can use half of the page. Then they would be asking about, no, some definitions. There should be 2 definitions. So major topic, no, you memorize a topic, memorize the definition with the proper author's name. And if you are not using it for part A, suppose they have not asked any definition in the part A what you have memorized, you can also use it in the part B. Also you can use it in the case study. Case study, you can also mention that this is the definition given by, or based on the definition given by so and so. So what the manager should do. You can also give your proposition, solution, or suggestion based on the particular definition. So the definition that you are memorizing, that also can be used in the part B and part C if the definitions are not asked. So what I am telling you, please try to memorize some definitions. Okay, very important definitions. Then about what is the difference between formal and informal organization. So 4 questions are from management concepts. The other 4 are from organizational behavior. Okay, but you can expect all the 8 questions now from management concepts. So these are the types of questions. At least you have to cover this half of the page. Okay, half of the page you have to cover. Definition you cannot write definition, whatever you find, at least 2 lines, 3 lines. Okay, there you need not write half of the page. But other things, the meaning, suppose the advantages, suppose the techniques, if they ask you have to write it in a little elaborate way, little broad way, at least not more than the half of the page. So take half of the page for part A, but part A part A will tell you who you are to the examiners. You have to be careful, very very careful when you are choosing part A. Part A, it is like a one word question. Okay, if you cannot write any story on the part A. Okay, so you have to be very very careful in the part A. So while choosing part A, you should be aware, you should be sure to write the exact meaning. Do you understand? This is about part A, because the examiner will be able to judge quickly. Not by part B, not by part C. By part A, they will be able to come to a conclusion that you are a shrewd person, you are an intellectual person. Okay, because the answers, simply by looking at the page itself, the examiner will be able to quickly judge your quality. Okay, so you cannot write stories, you cannot write something other than the answers that are expected. So be careful. Definition, if you are very sure, you write the definition. If you are not sure, if you are not memorized, okay, if you don't have definition, please leave the definition and answer the other questions. Okay, definition, only the definition is correct, they will give you marks. Okay, because definition, in the definition you should not change any word, you should not write on your own. Okay, the name of the author is important, what he has given should be written. You should not simply write other definitions and write other author's name. So both the
Sir,
Sir,
utterances.
one more question. Hello, sir.
Yes.
If question is searching only definition, so should I write only definition or any other details?
Need not write anything else. You can write only the definition. Even if the definition is only 2 line or 3 line, that's enough.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Also, after about the descriptive question, so how many pages should we write?
Yes. What are the differences? You have to write, no? What are the differences? You have to write, you can make a table, okay, on your own, formal organization and informal organization, or you write, no, the formal organization, you will have a traditional structure, okay? You have
But,
a,
but sir, for the 8 marks question, so how many pages should we write?
for the, which one? For the,
Descriptive question, 8 marks.
that we'll discuss. That will go to the big one. In the part A about the descriptive you are asking.
Yeah, yeah, sir.
You see, in the part A, the descriptive question, no, that you have to, at least you have to know. See, they are going to give 6 marks. No, you think, no, each point, no, is 1 mark. You have to think like that. Suppose difference, no, you should be able to give at least 6 differences. Okay, 6 points, 6 differences.
Okay, sir.
One by one. Okay, in the higher traditional structure, write in one sentence. Then second point, it can be no from bottom to up or up to bottom. Okay, the informal organization, it may have different level. It may function at different level, but in the formal organization, everything will be in the order. There will be a system. There will be a protocol. Second point. Third point. Do you understand? So point by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you think, no, so how many marks, no, they are going to give, you know, you think in that sense and give point by point, not more than 6 points. Suppose in the part A, they are going to give you 5 marks. Okay, we are not sure about the question pattern. Suppose they are going to give you 5 marks, you hope so. Then you give 5 points. Because the
Sir,
part A, yes?
if only definition is asked and the question carries 6 marks, then what we have to present in the answer, sir? But only definition, how many definitions we can present, even if we have to present?
Definition, only one definition, one definition. Need not write two.
For
Only
6
one is
marks,
enough.
sir.
Even if the definition is you have 2 sentences, 3 sentences, that is enough. Okay. But I am
So,
helping.
on the whole, for part A, around half the page is enough. Sir?
Half the page is enough. Half of the page is enough.
Okay, sir.
Half of the page is enough. But see, if you
So
half
like
of the
five
page is
bulletin
enough.
to 5 to 7 bulletin points.
5 to 7 points at least. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Because it is like a one word mark. Okay, they'll be able to judge you, know, judge your points, judge your knowledge.
Main points, formulas,
Ah,
equations like
they'll
this.
be able to know, look into it, and they'll be able to find out. Okay, this student has studied well. Yes, this student has presented well. In the party itself, no, they'll be able to come to a conclusion that this student is a really a good student. This student has a stuff. Okay, you can give him. We can give her. We can give her a lot of marks. We can give her 100%. The mind, no, it
Yes,
will
sir.
start taking
Judgmental.
decision. In the part way, when it comes, no, so you will look into the points and will be able to give good marks, more marks. Okay. In the part C, when he comes, no, the presentation is and all good, and he will simply look at the points. All points are really good. Okay, and the presentation wonderful, explained. You have written, you have taken 6 pages to 7 pages. Elaborate analysis is there. Okay, she will be able to, and the examiner will be able to give out of 20 marks. Now will be able to give 18, sometimes
Okay,
17, sometimes 19. Okay, so that's what I'm telling you. So definition, it is a memory. No, for your memory, you are getting 6 marks. Okay, for other questions, no, you are not writing from your memory. You are writing from your understanding. Okay, that's a difference. Okay, shall we go to the part B?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Part B, you see. So the question pattern, I am also not sure. Okay, so here they have asked, no, 10 marks. Okay, at least you have to write 2 pages. Okay, this one, no, because you should not compare what father you told me for the part A 6 marks. You asked me to write only half of the page, but for the part B 10 marks, why you are asking me to write 2 pages? Okay, but no, the question is like that. Okay, you need to write at least you need to write at least 3 pages. At least you need to write, no, because MBO, you have to explain what is MBO, what is the process. Okay, what is the process, how do you have this MBO, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages. You can write, no? Do you understand? You can put a different heading, no? And the different headings, you can write a paragraph level, you can write 4 to 5
For
pages.
this 3 to 4 subheadings and each subheadings.
Yes, always no. See in the part B and all no, you should not simply write no under paragraph, or you have to make different title, no. Major title should be there, then subtitle should be there. Under subtitle, you write no 4 or 5 lines a paragraph level, then you can give some bulleted points. You understand?
Sure.
Only then it will be attractive. Okay. So you have to use a paragraph level. You have to write. You have to use also paragraph writing, and you should also use bulleted points. Okay, and you should also use
Sir,
magic. Yes.
can we use color pen like stick pen?
No. That and all. Please do not use color pen, plastic color pen and all. Don't use. And the what you write, no, it should not reflect in the next page. Okay, because you should.
So we can only use black and white pen.
Yes. You write no, you write black and blue, okay? But you try to use only blue pen, okay? Blue pen, you write blue pen. For your headings, no, underlining, if you want to underline the headings, okay, you can use the pencil or you can use the black pen. But the major writing, no, major writing, please use blue pen, blue color, okay? Don't take the black color. Black, use it for a heading, no, underlining the heading or writing the heading in black color. But that will take time. If you are taking, no, you finish everything, and at the end of the before you complete, no, 10 minutes ahead, no, you make an underlining on all the titles and subtitles. Okay. So this is the part to be, find here what do you mean is different approaches to leadership, process and barriers of communication types and process. So you have to know. So you have to use all the major titles, subtitles, paragraph writing, and bulleted points. Okay. And part C, that part C, so part B, at least you have to use at least you have to write 3 pages. Part B, you have to write 3 pages. Part C, case study. It is a compulsory question, 20 marks. So major portion of mark, no, you get from case study. Okay, so case you have to write this. First of all, you have to study the case clearly, deeply understand the case, and see they have asked the questions. Questions, no, here the why they have asked you to help you to answer very well. Because simply they ask you to elaborately discuss, analyze means you will not be able to elaborately discuss. That's why they have given you 3 questions. Okay, so case study, you can make a major title, and before you start the case study, you can give an introduction, a brief description about the case study, a summary of the case study you can write. Okay, so this is what the case that is given for a discussion. You can simply you can give a short description, a short narrative about the case study, what you have studied, what you have understood, and the question is asked. What do you think is the major cause of the problem in the above case? Then you can make a title, major cause of the problem in the case. In the above case, what is the case title of the case? Okay, the case study is on the Giridhar when he joined RP Communication. Okay, major problem in the case given for study, given for discussion. Make a major title. Then you write what are the problems, what are the causes. Okay, what has happened, which created a problem. Okay, that you write, a paragraph level you write, then you give bulleted points. Okay, you think on your own, you find out because from the case what you have found out you can write, and if you want
Sir,
to,
sorry to interrupt. Apart from answering the questions for discussions, we also have to write some subheadings like describing the case study or like short program.
yes, you can give like that. Okay, you should not think that this is like a question answer, like comprehensive questions. Okay,
Okay, sir.
simply answering what the questions ask. You can also you see
Sir, how
Basically,
many
it's like
pages?
our view on case.
this is how you present, See, first you have to give an introduction, then the questions are asked. You put it in, but A, B, C, you put A. Okay, make it don't simply put there in the question model. You make it a major title. Okay, major title. Under major title, if you want to give some, suppose the causes, you write, make the causes as subheadings. Major causes you find, you yourself make the major causes as subheadings, and if you explain the particular each cause, you explain, okay, why this cause has happened, because of this problem, you explain. Okay, likewise, one by one, a cause by cause, reason by reason. Okay, but you make it a title, a short title, and explain. Or you want to explain in a paragraph model, you explain, or you put it in the bulleted points. And second question, B. Do you agree with Nikki that role ambiguity may have caused a change in Giri's behavior? Why? Okay, the role ambiguity. Nikki, you make a title. Agreement, are you agreeing or not agreeing? Okay, if you are agreeing with Nikki that role ambiguity may have caused a change in Giri's behavior, make a title and explain Nikki what role he played there. Okay, what is the problem there? What is the confusion there? What made him Giri behavior? Okay, all these questions, you can also make the question as a heading, a small question, or you can make a small heading subtitle, because what you are going to know, what caused a change, that's a question. Okay, you can put there this one a cost, a case I will also take it in detail and I commit to you. Okay, then third one, can you suggest ways in which firms such as RIP Communications can avoid such occurrences in future? Suggestions. Okay, RP Communications, suggestions to RP Communications to avoid the following occurrences in future. Okay, suggestion one by one. But that suggestion, make it a heading, a subheading, and give some paragraph. Second suggestion, make it a subheading. Do you understand? Because I am helping you to elaborately discuss with the headings and subheadings and bulleted points, so that it will be attractive, and so that you'll be able to systematically think and systematically analyze, and you will also be able to write in a systematic manner. Otherwise, if you are simply writing like a paragraph, 100% paragraph, full page, only writing and writing, and which will not be attractive, they will give only 5 to 10 marks. They will limit examiners. But if in what I'm telling you, in this way, if you are writing, you'll be able to get more than 16 marks. Okay, so this is what about the case study. This also, when I finish the lesson, I'll be also telling you how you can write the case study. But this is the method. So,
Sir,
yes.
the case study, how many pages to be filled, sir?
At least 6 pages you have to write, madam. At least. Okay, 3
Okay,
questions now. See, I have taken another question. So they have given you to here simply 2 questions they have given. Okay, do you agree with Ram Dayal that communication can be improved by having people develop better listening skills? Okay, you write 2 questions, 1 page, that is not enough. Do you understand?
But sir, in
That's
our
why.
batch, only 1 mark has given for the case
Pardon?
study. Sir, in our batch, for the case study, only 1 mark has given.
If only?
Only 1 mark is given on case study.
Okay.
But how?
See, I'm not able to understand. Can you please put into message box? Because see, I'm telling you, see, I understand. See, they have asked you 2 questions. Okay, see, this one 20 marks. No, they are going to give you 20 marks. Even if they give 15 marks, because when they reduce the marks for the new pattern, according to the new pattern, okay, you try to. So that's why it's a case study. What is this case study? You make a title, and you give a brief description about the case, what you have studied, and second, brief description about the study. Okay, short summary of the case
Sir,
study.
I have one question. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, you are saying to give a short title. So, in each of the cases, like in A, B, C, whatever the cases they are putting it, every time we don't need to. We have to just put the case study, particular title or name only once, right?
Yes, 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 yes. This is that you cannot know, right? I just tell you, no, before you start writing, no,
Yes,
before you
sir.
start writing, no, before start answering to A, B questions, no, I tell you,
Hmm.
no, like any question for a big question mark, for a big question, okay, you
Yes,
have to
sir.
write an introduction, okay? It is like an
Yes, sir.
introduction. You give an introduction and
Hmm.
answer the two questions or three questions and
Hmm.
end with the conclusion, okay?
So like when giving the introduction, coming with the introduction, we will come with the title of this particular case study. Like as per the case study in the above case, we can name this particular case as suppose for example any particular name. So considering that title only, our rest of the answers should be written, right?
Yes, yes, yes. You see, the title,
Okay.
no, see, we are not sure of the title, no. We are, see, the question is different, no. See, for example, let me read this one. In the New
Yes, sir.
India Insurance Company, two of the sessions in the 10th session supervisory development program are concerned with the topic of communication and its importance in managerial success. Near the end of the first session, Ram Dayal, supervisor of the billing department, volunteered comment that even though he found the topic to be interesting and agreed that it was important, something vital was missing in the company's training program. As a supervisor, my problem is that people just do not know how to listen, he said. With a lot of my people, after I spend a great deal of effort instructing them as to exactly what to do, they are just as likely to be doing something entirely different when I check on their progress later. What we should do is set up a course in good listening and have all our employees take it. What we should do is set up a course in good listening and have all our employees take it. Okay, so this is the case. So case study, no, before you start, no. So the introduction. So in the this is the New India Insurance Company. So from the case study given for the question, no, so we come to know that the company is organizing a training program, okay, supervisory development program for the employees, okay. So what you have understood, you are giving an introduction. That's all. I'm not asking you to
Okay.
title it, okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Then, so you please in the introduction part, you give what you have studied, you give what you have understood. That's all. Then second one you come. Okay, the supervisor is asking, Ram Dayal is asking to change the program. You understand? Because
Yes,
the
sir.
employees know they do not have the listening skills.
Hmm.
Whatever he says, no, they are doing it differently. There is a
Yeah.
problem. He says
Yes,
this
sir.
the training program is good. He says training program is good. They are conducting well. The two of the sessions, okay, totally 10 sessions they are going to conduct. But in the two of the sessions, no, he is giving the comment. The program is not apt. Is not apt. Is not appropriate to the okay supervisors. Is not appropriate to the employees. Why not we change the program? Okay, because this is basically the employees they have the problem of listening. Okay, he is giving a suggestion. Okay, now this is the case. Now let us go to the questions. Do you agree with the Ram Dayal that communication can be improved by having people develop better listening skills? Do you understand? Do you agree? Communication, first of all,
Yes,
to
sir.
communication, what is important?
In the communication, one has to interact with the level of the listener. So
Okay.
suppose if I'm communicating, so I need to understand with what level I need to go to my listener so that he can listen to me. So I
Okay.
have to understand the like mentality, the perception of the listener, so that the way it can be interacted. So
Okay.
that certain points has to be kept in mind while communicating. It should not be just that I'm communicating and the other person is not getting into it.
Very
So
good. So wonderful. So see the answer, you know the answer. First of
yes,
all,
sir.
listening is important. Okay. So if you want to know, speak, no, only when the people are listening, only when you are able to have that attitude, aptitude, listening, only then you'll be able to listen. Only then will you be able to learn. Only then will be able to implement correctly. So your listening is important for communication. If
sir.
the people do not have skills, listening skills, you cannot teach anything. Okay.
Hmm.
You see, all of you are listening now, actively listening. Okay. See, you asked me a question and you are responding. Some people have answered. Okay. Some people have raised the question. So there is so only when you listen, you ask a question. Okay. After listening to me, you asked me a question. Father, is it correct? You are asking me to put a title. No. I'm not telling you to put a title. That is an introduction. You make a title as introduction. Okay. In the introduction, you tell about the brief study about the case, what you have studied, what you have understood. And with that, the introduction part is over. Then you go to the second part, that is the question part. Okay. The question part,
Okay, sir.
you make the question as a title. Okay, so
Hmm.
communication can be improved by having by people develop better listening skills. Okay, you make the topic. Okay, yes, I
Okay.
agree with the Ram Dayal. Whatever Ram Dayal said is correct. Why Ram Dayal is correct? You make a heading. Okay, one by one.
Okay.
Because why Ram Dayal is telling? Because whatever he is as a supervisor, when he is telling his companions, his subordinates, they are not able to understand. They do it differently. When they do it differently, what will happen? The quality.
Things won't be,
Uh,
Father, things won't be
yeah,
synchronized.
excuse me,
Things
sir.
won't be in a
Yes.
systematic manner.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm just wondering, should we time box this like 240 already? Are we planning to cover on the
Yes,
syllabus?
yes, we'll finish it now. Yeah. Okay, this is over. We'll finish it. Now we'll go to the PPT. So I think this is over. I think case study you'll be able to do it. Okay. Now we'll have to come to the third unit.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you. Yes. So this is what you have to explain like that, and you'll be able to get a good number of marks. So unit third. So this is what so I'll give you a brief study about what is organization structure and what is the design. So the organization structure. Each organization has a structure. Okay, because we have a lot of activities in the organization. What are the activities? Production, marketing, sales, advertising. Okay, likewise there are many number of activities, and we also have many people. Okay, the skillful people, unskillful people, managerial people. Okay, management people. Okay, and then customers, creditors, suppliers. So we are in touch with many people. So we should have a structure. See, one cannot simply otherwise there will be an accident, there will be a problem or misunderstanding, chaos and confusion. That's why they created a structure. Okay, who is the leader? Under him, how many people can work under him? Okay, how many people should be there? Okay, under one man. Okay, so there is a structure, because one man cannot rule everybody. One man cannot direct everybody. Okay, see, because we are human beings, we are we are not like God. We cannot deal with everybody. We cannot because we also have some problem. We also, with time, there is a problem. We cannot manage time, we cannot manage many people. That's why a structure is created. The best structure is that one that enables the organization to interact effectively with its environment, efficiently channelize the efforts of its people to make efficient use of its resources. So that's why because so we can make a different group, different department, and under each department we can have a leader, and all the leaders can be monitored by one person. Okay, that's why the structure is important. So if you manage the structure, we'll be able to achieve the goals. Okay. Otherwise one person dealing with everybody, and it will be a confusion, and you cannot do it anything on time. So organizing is a multi-step process consisting of the following. So what you have to do, it is detailing all the work that must be done, and dividing the total work into activities, and grouping the related tasks in logical manner. That is what departmentation. So you identification of the task, what are the tasks you have in the organization, and you differentiate and you departmentize. So organization chart, that's why you have a chairman. Okay, so he is controlling, he's monitoring all these people. Okay, all the department heads, department managers, production manager, marketing manager, finance manager. Okay, like many managers, other managers. And then manager, the production manager, he is taking care of the manufacturing unit. Okay, manufacturing the quality. Okay, then sales manager, if you have a sales manager, he will take care of sales. Okay, then manager marketing, so he will be taking care of advertising, marketing, promotion in other countries, other states. Okay, digital promotion, digital advertising. Okay, likewise many things, many other sections. Like a manager finance. So hierarchical structure that is typical of most organizations. So authority and status of the individuals. How an organization's activities are grouped in terms of departments, whether by function or by product or by territory. You can have anything. You can departmentalize based on the group of activities. The next one, chain of command. Yes, this is the concept, chain of command. Okay, so you should know the type of arrangement of various positions in an orderly way is termed as a scalar chain or chain of command. Same thing. Okay, so the chain of command exists wherever an individual is made subordinate to another. So supervisor is subordinate to department head. Department head is answerable to plant manager. You understand? Plant manager is subordinate to manager production. Manager production is answerable as, or manager production, he should report to chairman. Okay, this is a production department. Likewise, other department, sales department, supervisor, department head of sales, and sales manager, sales manager in charge, then report to chairman. Likewise, this is to whom one should report. Okay, that should be very clear. Okay, because supervisor should not report to chairman. Superman should not report to manager production. Supervisor should report only to department head. This is what called chain of command. And unity of command. This is a unity of command. This implies another feature of organizing one subordinate, one boss. Okay, because one subordinate should not have two bosses. That's all. His job is over. That's what called unity of command. This is the meaning. Unity of command. You have to get a command from only one superior. Okay, have a reporting relationship with only one superior. Then you will avoid confusion. That's what called because in the organization structure, you are studying, these are all the different concepts that you must know. Then another concept, span of management. Span of management means how many you can put them under your control. How many subordinates you can organize. Okay, you can monitor, you can supervise. A manager, how many subordinates you can manage. Okay, that is a thing called span of management. Okay, see, the manager cannot effectively supervise the activities of an infinite number of subordinates. Okay, there is a limit because we are limited being. This is because of the limitations of time, energy, and skills. Okay, these limitations place natural limit on the number of subordinates that manager can effectively supervise. So they have a formula. Okay, number of relationships, because he has to know. See, there will be number relationships of more. Suppose A, B, C, a manager is having 3 people. So manager has to relate with the A, manager has to relate with the B, manager has to relate with the C, manager has to relate with the A and B, manager has to relate with the B and C. Okay, manager has to relate with the A and the C. Okay, so likewise, see, the number of relationships are more. Suppose the subordinates number is increased, then the number of relationships are increasing. That's all. Will not be able to manage. Suppose with 4 subordinates, the total relationships go up to 44. 44 relationships, 44 types of relationships. Suppose you have 5 subordinates, then the relationships will go to 100. With the 6 subordinates, it will go to 222. With the 10 subordinates, it will go to 5,210 times. 10 types of relationships. That's why I told you, no, A and B, A and C, B and C. Okay. Likewise, no. So manager has to have a lot of relationships. That's why it is very difficult, to have many number of subordinates under one person. That's why, see, they say a manager, a person can have 6 people, 6 to 8 people he can manage, he can control. That's why we have a small team in the companies, we have team head under each, person, you have 6 persons or 10 persons. This is about span of management. What is the current thinking? What are the expenditures? What are the problems? You can study and understand. Factors influencing span of management. Okay, so manager's personality. It is depending on the manager's personality, capability, subordinate capabilities. Okay, their tolerance, their activity level. So everything is involved. These are all the factors. If the managers share a strong need for power, they may prefer a wider span of control. Okay. On the other hand, some managers will feel threatened because they cannot oversee the activities of too many people. You understand? If you are strong, you can manage 100 people. If you are not strong, if you are some people when they see a big crowd, they'll be afraid. You understand? Yes, no? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So these are all the factors. Okay. See, it is depending upon these reasons. Okay. The span of management is widened. Okay. Okay. It is everything is depending on these points. Then you go to the departmentation. What do you mean by departmentation? Okay. So organizations are in different sizes and maybe producing single product or multiple products, maybe operating in small geographic area or different areas in the world. See, you group the activities. If the activities are similar,
Sir, sorry. Next hour also our class, sir.
Next class.
Our class, sir. 3 to 4.
No. Today is for me 2 to 3. No. My timetable today, it is 2 to 3. Management concepts. 3 to 4 somebody.
That's why I asked.
3 to 4 somebody else. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Tomorrow also I have a same time. I think so. Tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow also I have the same time, 2 to 3. Okay. So this is departmentation. No, see, you have the group of activities, similar activities. No, put it under one department. Suppose production. You make all the activities under the whatever activities that are related to production, they come under production. Okay, that's what called a departmentation. So easy to function, easy to do it. Okay, easy to organize people, easy to organize activities. So that's why this is the to better organization. That's what called departmentation. Under departmentation, there are different types: functional departmentation, product or market departmentation, okay, customer departmentation, territorial departmentation, okay, because based on the particular activity, suppose you are interested in the process of creating organization units on the basis of the firm's major activities, then that is what called the functional departmentation. Okay, functional departmentation. So you are involved in production, marketing, okay, then you are going on doing some activities. That's what called a functional departmentation. This is product or market departmentation. This is with regard to you are going to concentrate on expanding your product, expanding your production unit. Okay, specifically you are going to do something in production. Okay, in the production unit. That is what called production, or you are going to do something in the marketing. Okay, then that is called market or product departmentation. And customer department, you want to expand your business to different types of customers. Okay, also you want to do business to the college students, the school students, or to other states, to our other countries. Then you'll have concentration on different category of customers. You see here retail customer sales, government sales, industrial sales. So you have a different departments. Do you understand? So you'll be always concentrating on retail consumer. Okay, you are getting more profits in the retail consumer. Okay, you have a lot of people there, then you will study well. You will have a department, different department to take care of retail consumer. Government sales, in the government side, they are buying your product. Then you have a separate department on government sales. Industrial side, then you have a industrial side. Okay, so you have a customer in three categories. And so that's what you will be focusing more on the different category of customers. That is what called customer departmentation. Territorial, this is based on the place, geographical area. Okay, you want to do business in Tamil Nadu, they say no, north India region, South India region. Okay, other countries, other states, 2 3 states club together and they say zonal. Okay, the territorial departmentation. Then about the project organization, this is the use of the project form organization has increased in the last few years. Okay, so it is currently being employed in numerous undertakings engaged in the execution of construction activities, turnkey projects, research and development projects. Okay, the project organization can take various forms, but the important characteristic that distinguishes from other forms is once the project is completed, the organization is disbanded or phased out. Okay, so you will have a different project. Okay, a construction project you undertake. Okay, you finish it, then the business is over, then you take another project. Okay, likewise, research, you may take a research project, or you may take a construction project, or you may take a special recruitment project. Okay, when you finish the project, then that is over. You take special efforts and do it. Then this contingency organization design. Okay, these are now you can read, understand. Now this is about delegation of authority. Delegation of authority and decentralization. This, see, one of the important concepts in management. So far we have studied about the organization structure. In the organization structure, we studied about the span of management, span of control. Okay, scalar chain of command, unity of command. And one of the important principles of management is delegation of authority and decentralization. So what people know, see, you have to know, delegate, you have to give your authority, share your authority. What is happening, people, they don't want to share. Okay, but you make them leader, but without authority, but with responsibility. But responsibility always involves authority. Authority always involves responsibility. So both you should have, both authority and responsibility one should have. Okay, only then you are delegating. Okay, simply centralize, everything is centralized, you will not have growth. You will not be able to expand your product or expand your presence. If you want to expand your presence, you need to delegate your authority and responsibility. So this is what this is a topic. The process of delegation, entrustment of duties, okay, or assignment of responsibilities, granting of authority, and creation of accountability. Accountability is nothing but responsibility. Okay, so barriers to effective delegation. What is the barriers? Because people are not ready to delegate, not ready to share the power and the responsibility, because they don't have confidence in subordinates. They think that they cannot do it. And second, I can do it better myself. Fallacy. Okay, I will do well. I will do it without any error. Okay, that's that fallacy people, that principle people have. I can do it better myself. Fallacy is a principle. Okay, policy. Okay, fallacy means that I can do it better myself. I will do it well. I will always do well. That is the concept. A lack of ability to direct. People will not have ability to direct. And aversion. People are averse to take risk. Absence of selective controls. Inadequate information and resources. These are the reasons for the effective delegation. and overcome the barriers. How will you overcome? Effective communication, okay, sharing the authority and responsibility, incentives, okay, for additional people, no, they take up responsibility, give few more incentives, okay. So decentralization, this is also nothing but no, they are often confused. Decentralization is, is everything. No, don't keep no. You share. Okay. While delegation authority is transferred on one-to-one basis from superior to the subordinate, but decentralization is a broader in scope, involves the transfer of authority in the organization context from the top to the lower ranks. Okay, delegation means one-to-one. You share your power, you share your authority to one-to-one basis. But decentralization is starting from the top level till the end level, till the low level. You share the power. Okay, you share the authority. That is what the meaning of decentralization. Factors influencing decentralization. Okay, so philosophy of top management, attitude of subordinate managers, the cost and impact of the decisions, company size and rate of growth. Okay, because the decentralization, they are very, very important. Okay, we need to know, because if you centralize everything and you will not have no, the process will be longer, and you will not have smooth running, and you will have pending everywhere, pending, okay, postponing, and you cannot take immediate decision. Okay, so all those problems are there if you are not decentralizing. I think this line and staff relationship, we will start from tomorrow. I think this is 3 o'clock. So we will take in the next class tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last class, and we'll be able to finish it quickly. Don't worry. We can finish it. We can finish it tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
So okay, thank you. We will see tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, could you share the PPT?
Yeah, I will share the PPT. And the class is where I will share.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Start, sir.
Sir, we're going to do business environment.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Sir, that is part of business law, right? It's not in the business environment.
It is a part of business environment and includes law.
Sir, we don't have business environment and law. Actually, ours is a new syllabus. We follow only business environment. This is an old book.
This is the old one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Morning also the
So
same thing
business
happened.
environment and law is separated.
Yeah,
Separated
we
into
have a
two books.
separate business law subject for us.
So, business environment and business law is separated, sir, for us.
Oh. But they are not given the syllabus for us. I thought this is the only syllabus.
This is the old syllabus, and for law there is a different lecturer, different professor also.
Can you share that business environment syllabus for me?
We cannot share anything in this, sir. We can, if you share your WhatsApp number, we can share it personally.
Yeah.
Here we don't have any access.
944 36 Because in the morning also you have not told me that this is a business environment, because it says business environment and law.
Yeah, we got confused, sir, and that's why we are saying those few chapters are already done. Yeah.
So then it will be irrelevant for you if I take also. But anyhow, I will take a business environment for you. Because they have not shared anything for me with the syllabus. They said it is through online. The notes are there in the site. You take that one.
No, sir. Business environment law both same.
Yeah. Business environment.
Sir, we having notes for business environment law. Old book notes only we having. Not it will be separated.
What is the syllabus? What is the syllabus for you?
We have separate book
Sir,
for.
can you repeat your number?
944.
Okay.
36.
Okay.
100.
Okay.
64.
Wait.
Sir, actually in new syllabus there is a business and its environment unit 1, economic system unit 2.
Yeah, you share me that one.
Infrastructure and Anand is sharing the PPT to you.
Because the university also, the DD also, they have not shared any syllabus for us. The last when we are teaching now, they said the one which is there in the website only, that is the syllabus.
Sir, I have shared the syllabus with you through WhatsApp.
And they are given only for 5 hours only. One, two, economic system, infrastructure and current business issues in business. Global trends in business.
I think in there, I think unit 2 and unit 4 maybe we can cover. That is not covered yet.
Yeah, right. Unit 4 and 5.
Yeah, unit 4 for sure is not covered.
Yeah, when you talk about global trends, I will do it now. And you people also not told in the beginning whether it is the same syllabus or not. Economic
We're totally
system.
confused with business law, sir. Actually, we thought it's a business law class by the morning. We never received the timetable of today, so we thought it's a business law class.
It's environment only. In the previous, unless otherwise you told me that I don't know that the syllabus is changed. And the coordinator also not informed me the syllabus is changed.
Yeah, same problem for us, sir. We are just attending the class. We don't have any timetable.
Then how you got this new syllabus?
That is the books.
We got the new syllabus, but we came to know that the morning first class is not business law because the second class is also business law.
First class is business law. I think the first class is business environment. Second class is business law.
Yeah, that's why morning also first class we deal with law and second class also we deal with the law. So then only we got confused. So the second class professor highlighted that it's not business law, it's a business environment class, the first one.
Oh. Okay, anyhow, we'll go with this. I think this will be my last class. I think 4 class or 5 class are taken. Anyhow, so from morning onwards, I am doing that PPT only for the business law. Because for my class, I am teaching here business law for my regular students. Okay. Even the notes also, they are not uploaded in the website. That is old only to have.
Yes, sir. We
Yes,
have
sir.
the materials. We are following that.
Right. Okay, we'll see about. So whatever the material you have, that may be different from my teaching. But anyhow, we'll make it a glance of that one. Now, when you're talking about global trends, now what is global trends in business environment? We say global environment. What is global environment? Is a international environment. Now, when you talk about the international environment, how you talk about the business in a global arena? Now, when you take a domestic environment, we see India as a domestic environment. Now, when you're making the cross borders of your business, how it is going to be? Now, when you're taking suppose in the domestic environment, in the means India, we have different situations. 29 states are there. 29 states, their culture is different. Their habits are different. Their consumption pattern is different. If you take north, south, east, west, their consumption pattern is also different. Suppose you take south, we eat rice more, but when you take north, they eat chapati more. Now, when you talk about this type of businesses, how it is going to affect the other part which is not known to us. When you talk about the global environment, that is related to your business management, we say that business cross borders, crossing the borders from the country. You take how you cross the border. Suppose ours is having Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh. That you crossing the borders, okay, you can cross that one. But unless otherwise you cross 5 countries, then you cannot call it as a global. International is 5 countries, but when you talk about global, it is more than 5 to 10 countries. Now, when you talk about this, how the business is going to change, how the business environment is going to change. So, that is making the multinational companies. Now we are saying cross borders, entering the cross borders, we say that global business environment or multinational companies environment. How we are going to cope up with the multinational environment? We don't know the environment there. Which type of economy is there, we don't know. What type of political environment is there in that country, we don't know. So, but we are entering into that. So, before that, we do what you call research to which country we have to enter, what is their capital of per capita income of the country, what the consumption pattern of that country, and whether we enter into that global business, whether we can survive it or not. So when you talk about this global trends, the international relationship in the multinational companies, when you talk about the multinational, how you are going to take a multinational companies? When you talk about the this environment, global environment, we talk about the one which is related to your international business environment, which is related to external factors and internal factors. that you already know what are internal factors and external factors. But when you talk about this, mostly we are concentrating on the factors like social and cultural factors that we call as S, and the technological factor T, economic factor E, political or government factor P, international factor I, and the national factor N. So when you combine it, is called as a step in. So when you call this as a defined as an environmental term, so we have to make the process as a strategies, monitor the economic, the government, and the competitive market. Now, when you talk about this, all this one, the environmental factors which is going to influence, you already know that is micro factors and macro factors. So that you are dealt in the first unit anyhow. But when you talk about the international environment, that is global environment, so we have to talk about the social and cultural factor include attitude of the people to work, and attitude to wealth, and family, marriage, religion, education, etc. This is related to your social culture. Now, when you talk about the social culture, so how your social behavior is there, how the social behavior in the foreign country, means global country or international countries. Now, when you talk about this, the culture is the thought of the behavior pattern of the members of the society. How the people, Indian people will be behaving differently, and foreign people will be behaving differently. In that case, we have to concentrate on the cultural attitude at the international business, which is describing eating habits, consumption pattern, priority of needs, and that will be dedicated influence by culture. Now, when you talk about this, we talk about, when you talk about Indians, do not consume whatever you are consuming is that will be different. Now, I take a culture. Suppose if you go to China and most of the Indians do not consume beef. But when you talk about Thailand, Chinese believe that consumption of beef is improper, and Indians, particularly Hindus, believe that eating beef is a sin, as they believe cow is a scared. Now, this is how the business is going to influence. So, of course, those who are eating, we can't say no. But if, as a Hindu, the people may think that cow is like a god. So we cannot kill that cow and we cannot eat it. But when you talk about Chinese, they also not do that one. But mostly eating habits are very widely. Chinese eat fish, but the what you call Chinese stomaches and bird's nest soup, and Japanese is uncooked seafood, and Iraqis eat dried, salted lactose and snakes while drinking. So this is the habit. We cannot say, we can't tell them why you are eating all this one. This is like a customs and tradition. So like that, one of the culture which is related to languages, communication through languages. This is one of the biggest barrier are the factors which is going to influence the international business, or we can say that the trends in that one. And non-verbal communication is also one of the criteria. So if you take communication through languages, we have to keep separate commas, discussing in writing, and write in all the figures as a style of the person, and we have to use visual aids wherever is possible. Suppose you don't know the understand the language, you do with signs. That is one of the kind of communication through language, through signs also as a language. And the non-verbal communication, we say that single signals like sitting on a table around the corner, signal operations, and active listening. These are one of the activities of non-verbal communication. And the social environment we talk about is in the religious aspect, the language, customs, tradition, beliefs, that also applicable in international business. So suppose you talk about, suppose we call thumbs up here, but the China people doesn't have thumbs up. because they think a different manner. Pepsi, don't call us Pepsi. Means, sorry, Coke. If say Coke, there in their language there is a different wording. So in their language, what do you say? It is a Coke means a dog. So these are the where you see the social environment of a religious aspect, the tradition, beliefs, etc., taste and preferences. So with the power distance donates the relation between the superiors and subordinates, and people with high scores of uncertainty prefer methodological work. This is one of the criteria of international, what is a global business environment. When you're talking about the business should be carried by the spoken written language, translation, and the silent language. Now, when you don't know the language, what do? You do some signals, and that can be respected in terms of core human values and human rights, and respect of local tradition is one of the criteria. Suppose that's why when any foreigner comes, we cannot say anything in India. When we go to foreign countries, the people also cannot say anything for our tradition, because this is their habit that is going to impact on the consumer behavior. So this is the culture influence on the behavior of the consumer. So Montrose, Somsor, and James Kernan have made a beginning in their directions. So they identified the underlying marketing, that is egalitarian or elitist. They lay stress on the accomplishment of the inherent attributes. Now, when you're making the performance, when you're making the influence on the culture, they have to be made oriented to couple with the predisposition of the intensive. Suppose if your behavior is different, then you cannot do the business with them. Suppose our foreign behavior is not, we have to know the foreign business. When you enter into the foreign country, you cannot behave as your own behavior in the foreign country. The product or services that you are going to give in the foreign country should be as it is that they are in their country or in a foreign country. So another one is we talk about the major release effect on international business are Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, and the largest and the monotheistic religion. So these religions are going to influence the business. Suppose you take Christmas, during Christmas, what we can do? In India, we have Christmas Christians also. So they do celebrate for 1 month. But in the foreign countries, they do celebrate in a huge manner, starting from December 1st to January 1st. They have more business related to cakes, cakes, snacks, etc., and stars, gifts, etc. So it is because as it is a religion, it is going to influence the other people also to buy the product in that area. And another one is Buddhism does not support the entrepreneurial activity. This is one of the criteria which is an international perspective. And when you talk about the technology applicable to knowledge, the technology which is going to influence more in the international market. As the technology changing more, the exports and imports also will be more in the international level. Now, as I told you, I think in the first class, where you talk about your Param computer. Now, India is also producing the Param computer, supercomputer. America is also producing the supercomputer. But our cost is less than American computer. And our computer is faster than the American computer. Because the technology, we are launching the satellites. 104 satellites are launched at a time. How this is possible? We have a technology, we have developed a technology. Recently in July or August somewhere, we have launched the Chandrayaan. How it is possible? This is a technology. Our technology is also not less than other country. Now you take China. It is also launched the satellite. Russia, it is also launched the satellite. But the Russian satellite was failure in the end. This is one of the criteria where we can say that technology is going to go into influence. Now everyone is eyeing on the Indian ISRO because it's a successful factor. That is, the business is going to increase for ISRO. Not only that, the defense also. The defense products which are earlier we are used to import from foreign countries. Now government has made an amendment that we Indians have to manufacture our defense products. So this is how it is going to advance the investments considerably on the technology also. This is one of the criteria. And other even is transfer of technology as innovation. Now I told you in the previous class also. But still we recall it international business when you talk about transfer of technology, cryogenic engines. Launching of satellites. How you are launching the satellite is because of cryogenic engines. This was important from Russia. Now we are making our own cryogenic engines and launching for launching pads. So managing technology is a transfer. Now we say we have Rafale fighters from France. It is from France only, no? Rafale.
Yes.
It is from.
Yes, sir.
It is from France. Yes, but before purchasing the Rafale fighters, nearly dozen, I think 20 to 30 has to come. Still, only few have come to India. Still, some are on the way. It will take time. But before sending Rafale fighters to India, the pilots were trained for 6 months there. The pilots were trained for 6 months, and the France has given as a friendly manner. They can be repaired in India. Technology is transferred from France to India for Rafale fighters. The same business you take Pakistan. It also got Rafale fighters from France, but it doesn't have any any repairs are there. You have to do on your own repairs. France will not support the repairings in Pakistan. Basically, because it's agreement. When something is used, that should be known what actually it happens. When technology is there, you adopt the technology. You develop the technology, you adopt the technology, and implement the technology. So what is happening in India? That is technology and location of the plants. So now you take MNCs. There are many MNCs are there in the country. Like you have Kia Motors. We have Benz cars, Mercedes-Benz cars. Then Skoda. And we have already Honda cars also. These are the MNC companies where we are producing with our latest technology in the country. Now, when you're talking about the economic environment, I think this topic will be covered in the second unit also. But still, the economic environment which is going to influence the international business or global business environment is your economic. As I told you, it is a capitalist economy, communist economy, and mixed economy. We say that which economy is going to help you. Suppose I want to do in international business in Afghanistan. Can I do it? No. Can I do it in what is that? Palestine? No. Can I do it in Israel? No. Because the prevailing conditions that is applicable in the country. Where you talk about this, the capitalist economy under the system, allocate resource customers and produce a product and services, decides what to produce by them. So the capitalist economy, they decide what to produce. Not like in India. It is a mixed economy. You can produce anything, you can put it in stock any time. But when you talk about the mixed economy, under the economic system, major factors of production are distributed by owners and managed by control by the state. But when you talk about the communist economy, it is under the private and property of the rights of the income are abolished. So government only going to produce and send the product to the public, like your China. Now, when all these are there, so based on the international level, global environment, when you talk about this, you have to classify it on low income countries, lower middle income countries, upper middle income countries, higher income countries. Now, when you're talking about all this capitalist economy, social economy, and mixed economy, based on the characteristics, we are going to decide the international business, where international marketing or international business environment, which is going to relate to you in the nature of MNC companies. And when you talk about the low income countries, they are also known as third world countries. India is also one of the third world country. India is not a developed country, but still we say birth rates are high, low literacy rates, heavy reliance on foreign and political instability and unrest, limited industrialization. Now what you are saying, we don't have now government companies now, all are privatized. So when you talk to the characteristics, the economic markets in the capitalist economy, freedom to compare with the right to invest. You can invest anything, anywhere in a capitalist economy. This is because it is private. But when a socialist economy, limited for the state and ownership owner. It is a mixed economy, we say so that. And the communist economy, absence of the state with own market and industries. Only government will invest in the companies. And individual incentives are there when you come to capitalist economy. Profits and wages are related to one ability, willing to work. The capitalist economy, the more you work, the more profit you will get. And more salary also you will get. But when you come to the mixed economy, or we say socialism economy, we say profits recognized, wages fairly are related to the efforts. So wages are dependent upon your profits. You get more profit, salary will be increased. If not, the same salary, 10,000, 2,000, 4,000. But when you come to the communistic economy, we say profits are not allowed. Workers will be as per the glory of the state. So workers will not ask increase the salary, decrease the salary. These type of slogans will not arise in the communistic country. When you talk about labor intensity, we say workers are fine to select the employer and the occupation. In the capitalist economy, what is it? Any number of companies are there. Anywhere you can go and work. Everyone will accept you. But when you talk about the socialist economy, workers allowed to select occupation, state planning, employment. Now we talk about when you say mixed economy, private mixed economy, say that the people are selected only chosen, who are talented. To that only they will be making their selection. And when you say communism, socialist economy, we say the state determine one's employee and employment. Are you fit to do that job? If you are fit, you are selected. If you are unfit, you are unselected. So when you're talking about the low income people and high income people, middle income people, we say that lower middle income people, that is early stage of industrialization. That is one of the criteria for development of the international business. And availability of cheap and motivated human resources like India. India labor are very cheap in the country. Indian labors are very cheap in the foreign countries. That's why every Indian goes to foreign country to earn money. But we are brain drained in that country. Now, when you talk about upper middle income people, these are the less dependence on agriculture. They doesn't have any agriculture. They depend upon industry. So, occupational mobility of people from agriculture to industry. And when you talk about high income countries, we say that oil rich countries, which comes to that is OPEC country, oil producing exporting countries. And we say that countries reach the income level more than $9,655 US dollars. So if you are earning $10,000 a month, so what is the $10,000 into month into what is the dollar today? It is 80 rupees. 82, 83 rupees. say 83 into 10,000. Nearly you will get 80,000 rupees as a salary per month. Fine. High developed country, per month you are 80,000. So service sector contribute more than 50% of GNP. So this is how we are going to select the industries in the developed country, and we say that macroeconomics is also affecting that international business, global business. Inflation affects the market share of the international business. How this inflation? Prices are increasing and prices are decreasing. Rupee value decreasing, rupee value increasing, dollar value decreasing, rupee value decreasing. So that depends upon the balance of payment also. How much exports you are doing, how much imports are doing. So that economic transition takes place. Now, what is the opportunity for these MNCs? Now, when you talk about the MNCs, the process of liberalization tradition provide a significant opportunity for the multinational companies. So, when you talk about multinational company, there are different terminologies are there for multinational companies. One you can say multinational company, MNC, or international companies, INC, or you can say global companies. There is no difference. So, communist countries and mixed economies are undergoing a transition, like we say BRICS countries. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now another 7 countries have added for the BRIC nations. They are going transition. Economy is developing. They are making opening the doors for the business in their country. Rivalry is different in the business. Country may have the rivalry between, suppose you take India and America, China, you have rivalry. But when come to business, it is necessary to have the friendly relationship. Because if it is not doing a business with foreign countries, we will forego our Indian, foreign currency. Foreign results will become less. So, pure democracy aims that all citizens should be equal politically and legally and should enjoy freedom. So, when you're talking about this MNCs, gross national happiness should be there, GNH, and human development index should be there. That is to be composite statistically used for ranking the countries in human development. And when you talk about the political environment, political ideologies should be there. All ideological theories, complex theories, objectives should be fixed for this political environment in international business. And pure democracy in that all the citizens should be equal politically and equally and should be enjoy freedom, like in India. When you go for a foreign country, when you're doing a business there, you have to be very careful how the political environment or political situation is there in America or China or Japan or any MNC company, MNC's countries, foreign countries. Now you take tomorrow if America, Donald Trump come into the become a president of India, what will be the problem for Indian business? Or if you talk the president of America now,
Biden, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, the president. Now, if he want to be continue next time, what will be the problem for India? Any development for the India? That also you check, because last few 10 years we are unstable in the political environment. Just now we are also stabilizing. Political stability should be there anywhere in the world. So when there is no political stability in the country, then the business will be collapsed. Like now, what is happening in Russia and Ukraine? Now with Hamas, that is Palestine, and what is it? Israel. Means, okay, you should be understanding country to country because people are important in the country. So how Indians have suffered during this Russia and Ukraine war? Still, it is going on. but it will come to an end. It has to come to the end. Now, when you're talking about this political relations in international business, is a two-party system, like in USA and UK. One come into power, one in the opposition. One come in power, another in the opposition. Because one is accepted, one is rejected. Not like in India. India, we have many political parties. It's a coalition parties. Coalition governments are there. So coalition government take their own decision. And multi-party system, that is what you're saying in the government. So like Germany, France, Israel, India during 96 and 2000, and Poland, for example, as a multi-party system. So decisions will be differ from person to person. And it's a single party party, that is a dominant one. So nobody will say anything to that party. Only one party is there, one party is going to win. So it takes its own rules and regulations, like Egypt. Best example of Egypt. Even in India, Congress party mostly ruled the country until 1997. After 1997, it was collapsed. Slowly it is collapsed. By 2014, it was totally dropped out. Now, when you talk about the political risks, there confession will be there, exploration will be there, nationalization will be there, domesticalization is there, general instability risk and operating risk will be there. So all these are there. We can calculate the global risk and index also. One thing. Next. Now, when you come to multi MNC companies in India, now why we have to talk about the MNCs in India? Now, prior to 1991, what is our GDP? What is our GDP in the country?
%6.
Huh? 6%. What is the contribution of the GDP? Our total sector, 1991. You know that, I just now told you. Our government is a coalition government at the time. P.V. Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh, the Prime Minister of India. Our economy is in doldrum. Only $30,000 foreign reserves are there. Hardly it can run the country for 1 month. Not 1 month, it mostly 15 days. What do you think? What do you have to do? Whether we have to continue this old economic reforms or we go for the new economic reforms. No, they thought I'd say that, okay, till now we have our reforms are not done. New economic reforms and new industrial policy resolution has taken place, and a new industrial policy was done. New economic policies was done. Liberation privatization was done. No licensing, free licensing. So that made the foreign countries to come and invade in India. They came and approached the government, established many foreign companies, like we see that Sony TV, then Samsung TV, Akai TV, then what are the other companies which has entered in India? Sansui TV.
In the automotors also many sectors.
Automobile industry, many also, the Honda have come. So why this has come, why this was made means only because of the economic environment. No reserves. So what happened now? After 1991, new economic policies, we are now stabilized with our economy. We are fighting with the other countries, where we see the MNCs, which is related to the global corporations, international corporations, multinational corporations. So which has contributed for the growth of the MNCs in the country. So what is the expansion of the market territory? They came to India. They established firms, companies in different parts of the country. Government supported them. And market superiority has come. And we say the financial superiority has also come. Technical superiority has also developed. And product innovation has taken place. Earlier we used to import Sony products. Now Sony TVs are available in India. Earlier we used to import LG products. Now LGs are produced in India. Many products which are produced in foreign country, brands are now available in Indian country. Foreign dress material, foreign clothes, computers, laptops, which are earlier there in foreign country, now they have come in India. Means this is how the MNCs have contributed for the development of the Indian business environment. Now we're talking about this in terms of expansion of the market territory, so that the growth of GDP has increased and per capita has also resulted in rising the living standards, and market superiority has also developed based on the over the domestic companies. So now earlier only few companies are the domestic companies. Now they have partnership with the MNC companies. Like you take a Godrej. Godrej earlier it is a family brand, and it has taken with Pillsbury and enter into the MNC company. Godrej GE Appliances, General Electricals. Not only that, in insurance sector we have only LIC earlier. Now we have many insurance companies with Indian partnership and foreign partnership. Tata AIG, Universal Shampoo. Just a minute. Hello. Good evening. Tell me what you want. I have already insurance more than the required. Thank you. So what they are doing, and the MNCs are there, they are not only that, they were available with the market of superiority, one over the other. Companies making, even you see, earlier we have Suzuki Samurai. Now that has gone. TVS Suzuki. That also gone. Now we are seeing different Honda Active, Hero Honda. So because of their availability, the reliability upon the date and data of informatics, that is market reputation, market reputation, and the financial superiority, that is MNC enjoy financial superiority over national companies. Now, as per Government of India, both joint ventures 49%, 51%. Like your Maruti Suzuki. Earlier, Maruti Suzuki is Indian government is 51, Maruti is 49. Now it is reverse. Suzuki is 75 or 79, and government is 24. Means where you see this MNCs companies are developing after the liberalization, privatization, globalization. Even the private companies also coming forward to have a joint venture with many companies, foreign companies. And we say technological superiority. Now we say MNCs, they are producing the quality products in the market. I'll tell you example. Earlier we don't have what you call Casio calculators in the country. We have some small local calculator, Takral calculator, or some other Cisco calculator, etc. Local made. We used to import, do smuggling for the Japanese calculators, Casio calculator at that time, before 1991. But now, everywhere you get Cisco, Casio calculators. Wherever you will get Dell computers. Where you will get HP computers. MNCs has developed more and in dealing with the technological superior. And in fact, MNCs are rich in advanced technologies and develop the technology through continuous research and development. And they are enabled to invest in R&D and developing advanced technologies. Yes, that is happening. And India's MNCs is among the world top 500 companies. There are many are there. Where you can see Indian companies. Like we say Tata is there, one of the company. Like we say Indian Oil is there, Reliance is there, State Bank is there, Bharat Petroleum is there, Hindustan Petroleum is there, Tata Steel is there, oil and natural gas is there, Tata Motors is there. So there are advantages and disadvantages there with MNCs also. So we have to take advantages than disadvantages. Now when you talk about the advantages of MNCs to the host country, guest country and host country. Now when you talk about the host countries, increases income activity. This advantage is there. And increase industrial activity, also the advantage. And domestic industry gets sophisticated management techniques. Is the advantage. And MNCs can earn foreign exchange by exporting to the neighboring countries. That is an advantage. And utilization of natural resources for the host country. So these are the advantages for the host country, means the domestic country. And when what are the disadvantages for the host country? Now, when you talk about the technology developed by MNC, may not suit the needs and of the host country. Now, what I am developing, it may not be suited for some other country. Suppose technology developed for South Africa may not be used for Nigeria. So it differs. So MNCs are not operate within the national autonomy and sovereignty. So MNCs, you talk about more about them, they are different in different manner and different aspects. Now, when you talk about MNCs may interfere in the political activities of the host country. Naturally, to get gain something, you have to support the government. And for a home country, where you see that advantages are there, create a demand for the home country products. Now, when you talk about suppose when MNC enter into India, our Indian companies like BPL, Dynara, Sansui, all these what is it? Blue. One company name is there with start with TV. Dynara TV, BPL TV, Crown TV, Toshiba TV. These TVs are which have vanished from the market. Now BPL has entered into the country, into the market after making certain changes in there. Now you take certain companies like HMT TVs, HMT watches. They have gone from the market and create employment for home country people. Yes, that is advantage. And to say customers uses the country's outdated technology. Yes, it should be outdated, so use the new technology which is applicable. But disadvantage is there for the home country with the MNCs. Transfer capital to other countries and cause the unfavorable balance of payments. Now, when you talk about may not create employment opportunity for the domestic people. Sometimes the people may not be educated properly, are not up to mark. In that case, they cannot get any jobs. So exploit the natural resources relating to excessive exploitation of the natural resources. So the people who are there in the country, they do exploit the natural resources and do export to their country. All natural resources are taken. Now, when you're talking about the organizational structure of this MNCs, we have to depend upon the organizational structure, how depends upon economical, social, cultural, and technological, where you can see vertical organization and horizontal organization. So approaches to the organizational structure, it can be product oriented structure, or geographical organizational structure, or a decentralized business division, a strategic business division, market organizational structure, team organization structure, and a virtual organizational structure. So this can be done according to your requirements. And when we go for this subsidies, between relation between the headquarters and the subsidiaries. Now, when you go for MNCs, it may be upon the own country dependent, or guest country and host country dependent. But MNCs are broaden their missions and reasons for their existence. Why they have come? They have their own mission and vision and objectives, and their goals also. Their most objective is profit maximization. So mostly they'll do based on the SWOT analysis. We can take and formulation of the alternative strategies are there. But when you're talking about the MNCs in India, I think with this we can complete one. One is profit maximization. As I told you, what is the role of these MNCs in India? Is it any role is there? Yes. Profit maximization. They come for only for a profit. But one thing, as per the government rules and regulations, foreign companies coming to India, they have to invest in India only, not to take the Indian money to the foreign country. They cannot take the profit from India to foreign country. They can develop the company in the country here itself with the profit. They can diversify the business. They can export the product. They can import the product, but you cannot send the profit to the home country, to your hometown. And international networking of marketing. Yes, if the MNC is there, one country operating in many countries. If the product is not produced in one country, they'll export to other country. But origin of the product is taken into consideration, where it is manufactured. Suppose you take Casio. Originally, Casio is made in Japan. Now you see Casio is made in China, Casio made in Singapore, Casio made in Taiwan, Casio made in what you call Singapore, made in Taiwan. But the origin of the product is Japan only. Because of these because of these MNCs operating different countries, so you can get the product anywhere from any other country. That is why the networking is important in international MNCs. Diversification policy. So it is not one policy, diversified policy, where we can say in MNCs to diversify their activities into the untapped areas and the priority. Where the area is not tapped, where the area is not found, where the products are not available, there you can tap the market. And concentration on the consumer goods, like your HLL, due to high profitability, rather than the capital goods market, which are least profitable. Now you take HLL, Indian consumer market. Each and every product is available in India. HLL is producing. And the location of the central control office. Where is your office? It is a central area. I connect to the road, I connect to the rail, I connect to freight. I connect to the water also. So where my company is centrally located. It is not like a British colonies, somewhere in the nook and corner of the world. Techniques to achieve public acceptability. You have to take the public opinion to accept the product. What are the changes in the product? That also you can done it. And we can say that like acceptance to be for ITC. Now ITC, which have developed their marketing strategy, giving free advices to farmers. Each opal, example. That can be done. And the other one we can say it is modern sophisticated technology. Yes. And MNCs also helps in getting a modern sophisticated technology that can be used in the country. Business, but not social justice. You are doing only business, not for social justice. You are not helping any poor people in the country. So MNCs are business, but not a social services. They believe that superiority of free market economies, companies reallocate the investment. Suppose you give free, your economy is decreased. So MNCs are process for planned economy developed in the country. So they have to be planned and cultural erosion. One of the aspect is culture. You have to take into consideration the cultural, how the culture is going to influence. And the unconcern for environmental pollution and ecological balances. This is not in our hand, but it is not in our hand. We have to depend upon the environment. Like your pollution. Now you take a Delhi. What is the pollution? So we cannot see a person in front of you. A vehicle coming in front of you cannot see unless even the lights are put onto the vehicle also not seen in the fog. So government putting some bans relating to how to use of the cars and vehicles during the daytime. So the growth of Indian economy and industry business, which you can be contributed to the extent of the growth. So this I will stop it and I'll sorry that I make the inconvenience for you. I thought that is the syllabus, so I made everything.
No problem. Thanks, sir. One question, you said today is the last class. So just want to know about the internals. The internal exam will
Yeah, I talked to the coordinator who is coordinating with me. They said 75 marks are 25, 75 marks or 30, 70. 30
Yes,
is the internal means you have to write the assignments. No?
I think earlier it was told as the multiple choice question that will come. So just wanted to check. So internal means it is set by you or the institute
You are
only?
given any question to you to write and send it back to the coordinators?
No, no.
Oh, then it will be 30 marks question will be objective type only.
Sir, from this time onwards, we will have internal via online mode, sir. We will have multiple objective questions.
Okay.
Yeah, we
For
are told it's a
25
multiple
marks.
choice question. My question was actually further that
Huh.
okay, what kind of question we can expect. So yeah.
Objective type only. So for this business environment book, you take Ashwatthapa. The book which is called as Ashwatthapa, Business Environment. That will be simple and easy to read. And Francis Chernulium, if you can have, he is from Kerala, and Ashwatthapa is from Bangalore. And I think the notes which is given to you, because I have not seen the business environment notes from the DDE. So for the last 10 years, I am teaching business environment. So that knowledge and I brought now.
Yeah, those
So what you do
PPTs.
is, if you have a time, go through the chapters from page 1 to page last. You see some points. Objective type is there in the end of the session. You attempt that objective type.
Sure, thanks. And the PPTs and whatever the material, like how do you think you will be able to share?
Yeah, for business environment, I will go through this one, and I will share the PPTs that I have.
So what mode you will be sharing, because there is no communication from institute. So just wondering.
Just now, I have your WhatsApp number. No, I will share to that number. May know your name so that I can share to you. In fact, business environment and economic first and two are done. I think. and fourth, third and fifth I may not be covered, I think. So without proper, because they have not given on the spot, that was done. I thought the same syllabus. Even you people are not told. Unless today morning I was so confused. Sir, this is covered. Then I was surprised how it is covered, because I am doing the PPT. Anyhow, that will be help you in a business law also. Because I am teaching business law here in my campus, Pondicherry University, Karaikal.
Sure,
that was very easy for me. That's why I was going very fast. Tell me anything else. If next week class is there, tomorrow class is there, I don't know, but she has not dropped me any mail, WhatsApp to me. If there is tomorrow is there, we can complete that too. Because 10th is the last class.
Okay, sir.
It depends upon the coordinator. I am ready to take, if she gives me the slot tomorrow for business environment, I can complete that second, third unit, infrastructure and your foreign capital consideration. What is it? Foreign capital and collaborations. Yes. We can, if the slot is there. If not, I will send the PPTs to you. You please tell your number, name.
Yeah, maybe you can share to Anand here.
Yeah, you can share with me, sir. My name is Anand. Just now I WhatsApp you, right? So you can share in the
It
same.
is
So
showing
I
is
can share.
Anant is showing Anant.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, Anant or Anand? Which one I have to keep?
Save it as Anand, sir. No problem. That's the spelling actually.
Anand or Anant?
Anand.
Anand. So my name only.
Yes, sir. The last one is TH for me.
Yeah. My name is Anand.
Okay.
DDE. Yeah. So I'll do it. When your exam starts?
21.
21. Ayo. Already 10 days.
21, sir.
10 days left.
December 21.
10 days left.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have to come to Pondicherry or you have to write in your own place?
In centers, sir.
Okay.
In our own place only.
Okay, then no problem.
Sir,
So all the best
is
to
it
you.
possible to share the coordinator name so we can talk to them directly regarding?
There are many coordinators are there. Under whose coordinatorship I don't know, but I'll get a WhatsApp that your class is there. That's all.
Okay, sir. Okay, thanks.
So because 7 to 8 courses are there. For each course, one coordinator will be there, and some coordinator, some subject will be common to all. So to whom even I do contact.
Yeah, actually, it will be good to share this through the institute, because we have a group, but we don't have everyone, right? There are many people who join directly. So it like some email to the entire group of first semester.
At least in the DD website, it will be much better for everybody to access.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
That is interaction should be there between you and it is not a regular classes. No. If something happened, you can talk to them, get a query, then your problem can be solved. Anyhow, your exams are coming. If it is slot is there to me, I will be joining at any point of time. If any faculty is not there, please ask the coordinator to message me. I will do it.
Okay, sir.
Unless otherwise I won't get the link, I will not join it. Okay, by tomorrow Sunday, by Monday you will get the PPT. What I have, I will send it. Related to business environment.
Sure, thank you, sir.
But I can't say in which chapter, whether unit 1 or unit 2 or unit 3. What I have, I will send it. You segregate that chapters and do it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
All the best for you.
Thank you, sir.
Jaya,